YouTube's up. How many GAs have I pulled off so far? Yeah, I'm working on a 12. You got pretty close. Surely later today, guys. I'll make a plan for this, yes, but I haven't made that yet. We're gonna record some stuff and then work on a planner here, and then maybe later we're also gonna spec into something else. I want to try some Earth Spec maybe, some Tornado maybe. We'll see. I got the Druid money. Is Tornado viable for 130 plus? Maybe? I mean, if Signal Pelgane, a lot of things are possible, to be honest. And even Tornado can use Might of the Yule Sign with the Grizzly Rage upgrades. So for pushing it should even work like relatively well, I imagine. Transfigure can, I think, stay modifiable up to 4 times or something. Regularly. You played Earthstrike with the new cam, it was fun. Yeah. It seems kinda cool. Conde showed it to me. It's something that I also wanted to check out. Apparently it's pretty decent, so I might try this. And you probably don't have to like remake a lot of stuff anyway. You can probably use a lot of the same items and whatever. Maybe we're gonna keep running to Basilisk. Just swap over to Earth Spike. But we missed a shot of Arathil then, right? In an offhand. Let's see. I could drop Tybalt still without a shot of Arathil. Go with the jump chest. Triple jump would be kinda cool, I think. Nice, Grimstar. Now I just need to repeat that like 8 more times. They also reached the 12. Yeah, I know Exile. It's kind of funny. Oh, 7 to that Lightbringer, Dante. Oof. You're playing hundreds in a minute on your Sork on day 3. Yeah, just Sork things. Penalty. Okay, tornado weapon. I'm gonna save that. You never know.
Step up to my anvil. You know where to find me.
Can I get a double Nightmare Engine here? Okay. What would be a reasonable number for the resolve tempers to be? 0. I think that the legit effects that give you, you know, damage or defense or whatever based on resolve stacks are actually balanced around not having any resolve stacks. Besides the 8 baseline. Or I get 2 more from the Glyn, I think. Yeah. So with this I would have 10. And that kind of checks out. 0.96 to a power of 10. This is a 34% reduction. You know, this is getting pretty close to like Heavenly Strength aspect, for example. It's better than Might. It's like basically the second or the third best defensive aspect when you have 10 resolve stacks. And doesn't require to have a 2-hand weapon. So Also look at this ring, right? 13% damage per resolve stack. You have 8 resolve stacks, that is 104% damage. That is more than any aspect. That is more than most other uniques. You know, like, I think it's pretty obvious that the resolve temper just was not supposed to be in the game, I think. And they probably just added it again last minute or so and whatever. So, pretty sure the entire like resolve stacking stuff is completely unintended. So that's gonna get nuked. Morning, Maisley. Kinda sad about the results taken. Look at Parley and Druid's damage. Nah, Paladin's damage would not really be affected, I guess. Okay, the Juggernaut builds, they have the chest, right? But the Juggernaut builds are already stronger than the Zealot builds, for example, or the Holy builds, right? So it's fine for them to see a nerf. Like, Clash is the highest pusher and stuff, and this is thanks to resolve stacking. And, you know, Fortress, for example, is like such a dominant ultimate now on Paladin because of resolve stacking. So, you know, if they remove that, then okay, if you have 10 resolve stacks, then Fortress is gonna give you a 40% damage buff. And that seems pretty appropriate for an ultimate. Plus the invincibility and all that, right? So, yeah, I'm pretty sure they just need to like completely remove the resolve temper and things will be fine, basically, for the most part. Whole resolve stacking is also pretty toxic. And you have a build that can't like instantaneously get all of the resolve stacks, or a lot of them at least. Like, I don't think it's a good experience for especially softcore players that walk into you know, a Helltide and get instant one-shot. And then, you know, the meteor hit you, unlucky. Or you walk into a pit and there's like a pack and it just one-shots you because you don't have any resolve stacks up. Like, this is kind of stupid. So, this is not good. Resolve stacks go up very fast with the right skills. Yeah, I should ask the Necromancers about that. How high can this Druid go? My version is not really designed to be very powerful. I just wanna go fast and have fun. But, I don't know. So far I can do like 90 seconds, 110, so it's pretty good, I guess. Without any adjustments I can easily go to 120, I guess. And then if I throw in like a Signal of Pelgain and the Rotting Nightbringer and a few tweaks, for like 130 or something. When you struggle with your Paladin 125 pit and it's the other classes 2 minutes 150, something is wrong. You are correct. But the Paladin is not the wrong part. Okay, 112, let's go. These booters. Still a 2-minute run here. Not bad. Excuse me. What are you working on? Static Barb, okay. It's kinda hard to improve a Static Barb in the first place when you like one-shot the entire game just by existing.
All taken apart. Melted down.
If you use Stoneburst, you can get 5% armor per resolve stack. Nice. Then I have to use Stoneburst. That's a bit of a problem. Oh, excuse me, time for opal farming, huh? Wonder how long until we start to feel the return of John Young in Diablo 4. I don't know, I mean, Diablo 4 team is way bigger than previous games, right? So... I'm not sure if I can really feel the impact of a single dev too much. I mean, he did make the multi-shot bow. So I think an interview would be in order. When will I attend Spareborn? Well, I have Spareborn, Barb, and Sork left, so soon, I guess. You can craft 400. What the fuck?
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Let's see if we can get a Tibbot's Well in a single dungeon with the Gamba. He hopes we will not be an evade build. I'll probably try the evade build anyway, because it's like really good to get started and really powerful and stuff, and then see what else we can cook. I wanted to try a Withering Fist build, so that could be fun. And yeah, we'll see. I think all the Catholic stuff, I think we might wait for better days. Beat Strike, maybe? Jargo Main Hall seems pretty promising. Best way to farm mythics is lair bosses with the Nemesis layers, and then focus on Whisper turn-ins and world bosses because they drop the mythic tributes, and then on the Cuirass Under City tree you spec into the left side for the pranksters. Minion Necro build is viable for high pits. I think Minion Necro is actually one of the strongest Minion Necro builds, yes, but I'm not sure exactly. I know it deletes bosses like crazy. Golem did 140 with just as many greater affixes, I guess. I didn't try boulder. Not sure what to expect with only 5 boulders, to be honest. What do you all say? Is boulder good this season? Yeah, I was thinking about trying to cook and wrap the necro. Like with mages. Did 125. Wait, what? Cooldown and weapon damage. Kinda nice totem there.
My hammer sings on your return.
Can't see it. Pants.
Not a bad pull, that.
It seems like it's not that common to get unique pants. Or like unique anything from Gamba. It's also entire inventory.
Not a bad pull, that. Hello, shining beauty.
Yeah, it does seem relatively weak
What's still got some
to the Gamba, I must say. You know, like look how many blue there are, right? I could just take this, 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 and then just upgrade them.
use it well.
That's the spirit. Hello,
Not a bad
hello, shining beauty.
That's not a thing on.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return soon.
You don't get 2 chances for a portal. So you're gonna waste your keys a little bit, but you're gonna farm the bosses faster, basically, so that's the trade-off.
Hello, shining beauty.
But if I just wanna go, like, burn through like 100 keys, then it's not bad to spec into it.
See some steel you need. What's left, you ask?
So this was like 120 pence or something. That was not a single unique. I think it's actually not really a good strat, to be honest. You could multiply the fragments on heraldic chests in a gem reserve dungeon by 10 and wouldn't be worth. That would be quite good, actually. It's like 40k fragments per chest. So per run you get like, I don't know, 500,000 or so. 500,000 is quite a good amount. That's half a grand gem. Times 10 would be 5 grand gems in a run. They're kinda crazy. Yeah. I think you wanna stay in Timus and not do the Gamba thing. Let's do it where skills. Is there any chance you want to use Dolmen Stone if you play Boulder? It seems so shit. I do have a favorite class so far, yeah. So after careful consideration over the past like approximately 4 years, I've come to the conclusion, Rogue. Rouge, actually. How do folks say it these days?
Back to it then.
Oh, finished so soon?
I'm playing Rogue right now, guys. That's just a fat Rogue, you know? Still a Rogue, though. No way. Darkseid, why are you still awake? That's a good question. Are you gonna have a blast cast, Darkseid? How about that? I think you have some overlap on our streaming times, right? I'm not sure when you're gonna be on later. What are you supposed to do to get a mythic seal? Apparently, Darkseid is a weekly cash. Yo, 3 years. Semi, thanks so much, man. Okay, going to a quick recording. Quick recording for the Bagamba, and then I guess long recording for feedback. I need to make my feedback video. Finally. There's a lot to talk about. So that's feedback video finally, yes. Saying, yeah, I've been writing some stuff down while I was running in circles in Infernal Hordes yesterday. I should probably just double check if I have everything that I want there anyway. But yeah, we have a lot of stuff to go through, I guess. Okay, so we have mythic seals. I guess I can move this up here while we're at it. Okay. Do you guys have resolve stuff included in this? Yeah. Elite. Let's resolve. Okay. I guess. There's only 3 mythic seals, yes. Do I sleep ever? Sometimes, yes. I have slept quite a little over the last month, to be fair. Since I'm doing that just like big marathon, I've been at maybe maximum 6 hours a night or so. So it is kind of rough. Since I try to keep the downtime as short as possible. Okay, anyway. So I'm gonna do a quick Obol Gamba recording. Do I have one of these dungeons? Yeah, okay. Yes. Hi everyone! So apparently it is possible to gamble unique still in Lord of Hatred. So this was something that we thought was removed when the expansion launched. Previously this was a relatively straightforward way to get specific items, especially if you had almost no other choices in a specific category. So for example on the Druid you could gamble 200 maces and get a Lightbringer very easily in the past. But then this was removed when the expansion launched. But it turns out that is not entirely true. So if you go to another Obol vendor, not in Themis, you can get unique still from those Gamba vendors. So this might be a pretty easy way to get specific uniques, especially those that are, you know, without competition or that are just on very cheap slots. Or when you're just trying to generate white or blue items to then put into the cube to upgrade into unique, maybe you're just gonna get the thing you're looking for on the way, basically. So you can see this here. I think in the previous round I was gambling and I actually got a unique ring there. So I was just gambling for rings and someone told me about this here on chat, and it turns out that this is actually a thing. So you can now get these uniques here. So there's one, for example, that I got here from this vendor. And now the question is, how do you get Obols the best way possible? And that is mostly through Nightmare Dungeons. Nightmare Dungeons in general are pretty stacked in terms of loot, especially once you have a few things unlocked here on your tree. So this can get pretty crazy. I made some videos about this already. But there's one mod in particular, the Obol Reserve. And this one can give you thousands of Obols per run when you enter 112. It's crazy. So especially when you have bosses popping up or Butcher popping up and then the boss respawns. Like all these like boss type monsters drop a lot of Obols. So this is pretty crazy. And maybe you can even throw in like the corrupted roots as well if you have some of those left over. You have these head rotten bosses. They should probably count for that as well. I'm not 100% sure though. And in some dungeons you can get like 20,000 Obols or so. It's literally going to be gambling for like 15 minutes. So just kind of wanted to put this out there. It does seem like the chances are not the craziest for gambling uniques, so it's still somewhat of a rare occurrence. And most of your uniques that you're hunting for with Obols will probably still be the upgrade to unique. So if you don't know about this yet, you can take a common item, you can actually take any item and then remove affixes and make it common if you want. And then you can upgrade it to unique. This is, for example, the way to get a Tybalt's Will or a Banished Lord's Talisman, the easiest. Or sometimes you have, you know, these weapons on specific classes that have just no other options. So you guaranteed always get, you know, your Basilisk, or you get your Lightbringer if you're playing like a Pulverize or something like that. So you can always check that out. I actually have a list of all of the uniques of every class. So I'm gonna show this real quick. I'm gonna link this down in the description. But here you can see, for example, all the different options. So if you upgrade, 200 mace, there's only 2 options on a barb, for example, and so on. So this is kind of helpful. And besides that, there's just like a nice little way to gear up, I guess. So good luck with your grind in season 13. I'm not 100% sure if they're gonna fix anything here, if this is intended that you don't get uniques or not. But for now, this is how it works. So if you want to get these items, you can go to other Gamba vendors. So hope this helps, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye, YouTube. Okay. Now, the fun part. Oof. Okay, let's do it. I'm gonna record feedback video now. It's gonna be kind of a long one, I guess, but let's do it. One-hour feedback. I'll try to keep it as short as possible. I have obviously written a lot of things down, but yeah, I'm not gonna like necessarily explain every single detail. So we'll see. Okay. Hi everyone! So, Lord of Hatred and Season 13 have been out for a little while now. It's been a few weeks. I've been blasting non-stop. I'm at, I don't know, 400 hours or something like that. Played 5 classes now. There's 3 more to go. And I've been doing like 25 different builds or something like that. I reached Paragon 290 on hardcore, including many Mephisto kills. And I've also had like 280 on softcore, which I used to practice Mephisto and to play some rogue. So I've been playing quite a bit, and I think I have a pretty good understanding of what is going on with the current expansion and the current patch. So I've been writing down some of my feedback, and just if you have anything else that you want to add to this that I didn't really write down or explain enough, then feel free to leave a comment down in the description as well. But this is just like the stuff I gathered mostly from playing. I'll try to keep it as concise as possible, and I will also forward this to Blizzard directly. So let's see what will happen. I guess when it comes to Season 14, the ship has already sailed for the most part. Maybe some of the stuff that I talk about will be included already, because some of it is kind of like obvious. But others might not be really on the dev's radar. So let's see what happens. But yeah, for now, let's just go through this. I have this kind of categorized, so I always have like, you know, like general loot or like wall plans feedback. I have basically every topic I can think of, and then a bunch of like bullet points. Yeah, so let's start with the general stuff. So just in general, I think it looks like the expansion was a major success to me. Everyone is vibing, blasting, people are having fun. Even now, like a month in, we have insane retention. And even some of the PoE people are playing the game still. So it's kind of crazy to see. And I really like the way that the expansion has gone and all the features implemented. Everything is really good, I think. But the bugs, man. The bugs are insane. We have like every day another exploit, another infinite loot trick, another infinite cube thing. You know, like half the skill trees are broken. So there's a lot of stuff going on, I think, that just needs to be fixed. And that should be a huge priority right now, because I think the baseline of the game is extremely good. And with just kind of like stuff doing what it says it does, that would be a lot better. And that will kind of not suck out the fun too much. You know, like right now, I think the novelty and, you know, the just how the game works, everyone is blasting, that kind of like still wins out against, you know, the crazy amount of bugs. But I think over time this will definitely kind of wear down the motivation of players, of grinders, especially when we have constantly new exploits. So I think that is probably going to be number one priority. And when it comes to, like, for example, you know, deciding between adding random new uniques for every class, we don't need those right now, right? Every class has so many build options, but some of those uniques that we have don't even work, or they are just like super undertuned or whatever. You know, if we just kind of balance everything a bit better and fix a lot of bugs, there would suddenly be so much more to do, so many more builds to play, even like so much more content, because even like half the wall plan stuff is not even functional sometimes. So I think that should be really the focus for now. Now, let's talk about balancing a little bit, I guess. So offensive aspects and resource aspects. I really like what has happened with aspects across the board. I don't like that the numbers are as high as they are, with like the standard aspect going to like 60% basically. It kind of overshadows other options. Like, you would never think about putting a utility mod on your glove, for example. And likewise, you would never really think about putting like a resource mod on like your ring or so, unless it's like really crucial, or is somehow you can scale your damage through that resource mod. So I've done this on one of my necro builds or something. But for the most part, there is really cool stuff in those aspects, and all of it is completely overshadowed by way too high multipliers. So I think it wouldn't be a bad idea to like just generally cut every multiplier across the board in half or something like that. So like the typical aspect being maybe like 30%. And that would give you a bit of an option to like put something else there sometimes. And especially resource aspects, there's really fun stuff, I think, that could be helped with something like this. Or alternatively, maybe make like a half value resource aspect as a Cooling and Prism option, but this would also dilute the pool a lot. So we'll see. Then we have the gold farm. That's this 900% gold find seal. Maybe you've seen that or used it. People can make like billions and billions per hour, which is like driving crazy inflation. So, you know, people just have insta gold cap basically, and no one can even trade anything because people are already sitting at gold cap, so they don't sell anything. And then the other people that don't do this stuff can't buy anything because everything costs thousands of billions of gold. It's completely stupid, right? It just needs to be cut back. Tooltips kind of goes with this here as well. I think tooltips are terrible across the board, and every day I get 1,000 questions about misleading tooltips, basically, because people don't even know that they're misleading. This has been a problem since day one of this game, and in particular comes down to like the details of your stats here, where people look at the crit damage and they're like, oh my god, 4,600 or something like that, right? But this number is like completely worthless. Like, you know, you should never look at this, but people think that this is a useful number, and that needs to be fixed. And in general, I think there's also this information lacking in tooltips. Like, we don't have anything like attack rate. That would be kind of nice, so you can actually see when we reach a new breakpoint, for example. Or maybe make some sort of like abridged version of, okay, like you cut out all this like random flavor text and whatever, and you have like a shorter tooltip for like the blasters. That'll be kind of sweet as well. I think there's a lot of work to be done here. Resolve temper, I guess that's relatively obvious as well. It looks like, you know, maximum resolve was just like not, you know, either considered or intended as an option. But if you look at what we see on every class besides the Sorks and the Warlocks that don't have access to Glyn's Anvil, which makes everyone just completely immortal, you also have offensive effects that scale with resolve, and they seem very clearly designed to not have more than 8 or maybe 10 resolve stacks. If you look at this ring here, even at 10, this is an incredible item, but we reach 60 stacks. So Druids, for example, just do like 8 times the damage for no reason. But you have to be a bear. And, you know, all the other builds that can't do resolve stacking and benefit from that just, you know, are kind of like dead in the water, and just dead otherwise, I guess, when it comes to hardcore. So in that case, it's also just kind of like problematic with how some builds just can't stack resolve, and you walk into a pit, there's an elite pack at the start, you have no resolve stacks, you get blasted, you know, stuff like that. It's pretty toxic. So I think this just needs to be completely nuked, and then you know, the baseline of defenses need to be re-tuned a little bit, so that, you know, we get tanky enough and don't have to rely on like these cheeky mechanics. Now let's talk about loot. There's a lot to talk about here. First of all, the loot explosions need to be way faster, so sometimes you just wait for 15 seconds or something for like overalls to pop out of your boss, which, you know, might be a problem by itself, but also other boss loot, you know, like sometimes this just keeps dropping over and over and over, and it's like one item at a time. That's completely stupid. I think this needs to be way faster. We have more quantity of loot. We need not to stand there for like 10 seconds to even get this stuff. And then also looting it themselves. That is a problem. So I found this to be extremely tiring, even as someone who doesn't really mind, you know, doing everything manually and clicking a lot. And I also use like, you know, some hotkey tricks in order to do this even faster than other people. But realistically, we need vacuum loot. I think there's no way around this. You know, charms, runes, prisms, Neve Iron, boss trophies. Why do these even exist? Honestly, just delete them on. I think they're completely worthless. But anyway, so there's way too much looting. Way too much stuff that we have to wait for, and way too much looting. So in D3 this is extremely smooth. You know, you kill a goblin pack, there's like 20 stacks of white materials, blue materials, and yellow materials. You click once, you have all of the white. You click another time, you have all of the blue. You know, easy. We need that. Yeah, just give it the vacuum loot, please. Okay, then we have unique weapons. I really like the random uniques, so I just want to say that. I'm a big random unique enjoyer, and it kind of makes sense actually when you think about the meaning of that word, right? There is no other item like this because they're all randomized stats. I hear some people say, oh, I want my fixed stats back, or I want to be rolling them, or I want to be crafting them, but I love it. I think it's extremely good that uniques are random. It adds a really cool chase to the late game progression that was not there before. So really, please don't go back on this. But I would like to see main stat instead of weapon damage. If you have to have a forced stat, then at least on the weapons make it main stat, so that it's actually not like it feels bad, man, when you play like a ranged rogue and you have like an Etna dagger equipped and that has weapon damage that doesn't help you for anything. It's kind of stupid. So at the very least, make it all random stats or make it main stat as like the one forced thing. Then we have gem farming. Yeah, so people can farm horadic gems, even SSF, that is actually a reality. But it seems like there is like this jackpot thing where sometimes, well, sometimes, I have never seen more than one mythic reward in my wall plans table the entire season. And that was not the gem one. But there is a mythic gem reward that can give you flawless horadic gems, which will shortcut your grind by like dozens of hours if you get that, which is kind of wild. And the other alternative is farm Seer's Reach dungeon, which is here. And there's also a few other dungeons in Skovos that are just miraculously too OP, I guess, for gem farming. And you just like farm this thing 2,000 times, and then you have your flawless horadic gems. So that seems, I don't know, kind of weird, especially when we have dedicated gem farming options in the game. Like there's Hordes that is super undertuned, but it has gems. There are Nightmare dungeons that are kind of okay, but you never really get there unless you farm like thousands of Nightmare dungeons. But there's like these like, you know, Sapphire Reserve or whatever, right? Gem Reserve dungeons. You get a decent amount of them, but I think if the idea is that eventually you will grind out those big gems, then we probably need a bit more and not just like resetting a dungeon over and over here. Then we have runes. So they did delete some runes, but they also added some new runes. I would really like to see a few more runes being deleted. I guess this is mostly also a softcore issue, so for me this is not a problem. Because I never have runes in my inventory anyway, playing hardcore, we just put them here. But I think there are definitely some candidates that can just get nuked here, just to like free up more space, and you know, similar to like boss trophies, you know, it's just like random inventory clutter. Some of the stuff doesn't really matter. I think they could look at the data a little bit and see if like there is maybe a bit of room to improve here. Then we also have some monsters just not dropping loot at all. So this is something wall plans related, especially like Whisper Ambushes and like Varshan in the Hordes and Belial in the Hordes. Like there's just no loot for some reason. And on the other side, we have like these loot exploits where you have like infinite uniques dropping in like the Hordes right now with one of the wall plan nodes that you can do. Or there's also other stuff like, you know, you run a Nightmare dungeon and then like a boss respawns and a butcher respawns, and suddenly you have like an entire inventory of beast loot. So it feels like it's a bit all over the place in terms of what drops loot and how much. So that needs to be some double checking, I guess. Then we also have Opticite and Scrolls of Restoration. They were like giga rare in season 12, and now they're like infinite, and there's no reason to farm hordes. It's kind of like a general hordes problem, I guess. But also, for example, Nightmare dungeons is intended to be a source for these. And you just don't care, right? Like you can never run out of both of these materials. And if I look at what I have here right now, I have Oh, way too much. I have 1600 scrolls of restoration and 2 million on the side. Of course, I've played a lot, it has been ramping up, but the thing is, I've never gone down. I only go up. You know, there is only one direction right now. It's kind of strange how this kind of like sort of end game crafting stuff that is even like called out on the difficulty selector as well, right? It's just like you don't care at all. I think it's like somewhere mentioned here. Okay, it's pretty early, it's in Torment 2, to be fair. But either way, it doesn't really seem like there's a point to it. And then we have the material to cap as well. I'm pretty close, but this has been a problem for people who have been playing a lot. So in the past, we had like several caps that we have reached, where then like you have all this stuff cluttering your entire screen in every dungeon, like you cannot see anything anymore. It's absolutely horrible. And in some cases, you cannot even loot properly because you can't get rid of this stuff. And I'm also getting close, and in like a few days from now, I will reach 1 million baleful fragments, and then it's over, basically. Like, you cannot get rid of this. That needs to be changed. Like, all of these caps just need to be high enough that we'll never reach them. Or at the very least, give us some sort of sync. There needs to be something, at least. Because the only way to right now get rid of baleful fragments is you take an 850 item, and then you just chain imprint it. You save, I think it takes 25 at a time or something. And you also need like, a couple dozen billion gold or so. And then you can slowly get rid of your baleful fragments. So good luck. Now let's talk about filters. I think loot filters were pretty successful. They're relatively easy to set up, relatively easy to share, but there is definitely a few pain points here. Not much of a pain point, but I would like to see sounds and beams. I think a lot of people are kind of waiting for that to like customize it further. I think it would be sweet at least to add some options like that. And then we also have like when I try to make a filter for a different build, I would like to see an unselect all option. So for example, I have all these different filters here and they're all like structured exactly the same. And some of the rules I touch and some of them I just leave alone. But for example, I make like my, class unique filter here, right? And then I want to just have a button here like unselect everything, because the only way I can now adjust this to my own class is I click on this thing, I scroll down, find the thing, uncheck it one by one, and then, kind of uncheck this again, and then I put the uniques I actually care about. So I would like to see a bit of quality of life there. That'd be kind of nice. Also, the auto scroll is extremely annoying. So sometimes you have like, I share my filters with, for example, all these rules turned off here, right? Because this is like endgame stuff. And then, every time it jumps to the top, like, what is this here? So this is kind of stupid. Then also console import, I hear people have issues with that. So apparently the only way to do it actually is to log into your account from a PC and then import it, and then you have the console loot filter as well. So that needs to be fixed. I don't play in console, but this we have way too much of a player base for this to be a problem, I think. And the other thing is also we kind of are incentivized to not filter everything. This especially comes down to normal uniques and also charms. So those are too valuable as salvage fodder in order to be filtered out. And I would really like that to change. So this was kind of promised to us, I feel, where, okay, you filter out the stuff that you don't need, and you also shouldn't care about the salvage that is behind that. But this is not true. Especially like uniques, I guess, they salvage into a lot of veiled crystals, and then those get converted into Forgotten Souls, and Forgotten Souls is one of the most valuable materials currently in the game. So I don't really want Forgotten Souls to be much easier to get, but I would like the salvage to not play such a big role here. So I would like to see that maybe shifted a little bit, so that we don't have to like pick up trash we don't care about, basically. And the same goes with the charms. Right now, the only way to get GA charms is to reroll them in the cube. You cannot actually find them, which might be buggy, but either way, this is how it works. And this means we have to salvage every single charm in order to roll them to get the GAs on these. So this is problematic. Now let's talk about combat. I think on-death explosions are overtuned. So personally, I have ripped twice this season. We saw my only rips, and they were both to the same thing, which was Fire Enchanted, which is also partially just playing Warlock, which is like the worst hardcore class, but also Warlock has the worst visual clarity, and it perfectly blends in with the Fire Enchanted. I was doing this on Tyrant's Grasp and on Apocalypse, so you can kind of imagine I didn't see anything. But either way, I think this is a bit of a pain point for people that are blasting. Monsters are already kind of tough, And going to Torment 12 does require you to build defenses, you know, in a pretty significant way. And I don't think that people should die at least too much to these sort of after-death explosions and stuff like that. This is not just because I'm personally grumpy about it or something. I think it's just like not a good gaming experience. So this should probably be a second pass or something. And then you also have beam abilities. So in particular, there's like some fire chain or something that some elite affixes can have. I think demon chains it's called or something. There's also the butchers from the Helltide tree that instantly evaporate you. It's crazy. Like on hardcore, you cannot click that node. Even on a character with 20 million toughness, it's like 2 frames and you're dead. And they can just spawn, you know, to the sides of you so that you are in the chain. Like you can't even dodge it. So that is problematic. And I think it maybe has to do something with server take rate or something like that. It might just be way too fast or way too overtuned or something. The same goes for the Viscous Death Boss in the pit or in the tower. He can just instantly evaporate people. There's also like the goat boss that is a bit buggy with like 10 overlapping AoEs. Just want to mention this right now. But yeah, stuff like this needs to be looked at. And correcting soul affix, the big like lightning lunatic guys, they're kind of crazy. Maybe that should be fixed because they just giga spamming you, like, you know, 3 of them per second or something in a half pack is absolutely insane. That should maybe be looked at. And Bloodseekers. Bloodseekers are also kind of wild. So I like that they are kind of tough and giga chats, but maybe they're a bit too crazy. So maybe they could be tweaked as well. Then we have war plants. So this is going to be a big topic. So war plants, I really like the inclusion of war plants, I gotta say. So I think this was a huge boon to the game. And in general, in terms of like how it upgraded the game for like the more casual player base, I think this is insane. And at the same time, it also gives, you know, the blasters something to do, you know, strategies to try. You can make different characters or different content and so on. But I think there needs to be more. So if I assume that this is just kind of like the start, is like V1, right? And at some point we're going to get an update to this, and we're going to get more nodes on those trees, and you know, what could happen, right? So I'm going to talk about that a little bit. And one thing I would like to see happen is banning activities. So we have a lot of options here, as you can see. You know, I have you know, you do like these 5 choices, and then I can do this and this and this and that and so on. But I think it would be kind of sweet if we could just say, okay, I've done my duty, I leveled my tree, I don't want to do hordes again, you know, just get rid of this, right? I'm never gonna click it anyway, so why is it even there? Just give me like a little bit better chances to actually get the stuff that I care about. And like this, you would get to the point where I can really, like, you know, tunnel vision, like, you know, 1 or 2 activities for the most part, right? And you don't really have to go out of your way too much to do other stuff. I think that would be kind of cool, and it would be like a pretty cool payoff for, like, you know, finishing all the trees, right? Like, okay, I've done the thing, I've done my 30 hordes, and now I've leveled the thing, and I'm just done, right? So that would be kind of cool, I think, to kind of give people like a real option to like narrow down what they want to do with their character. And then the whole like account-wide discussion. I do agree this is a major fail, that there is a full re-level required on all of your alts. So that is just kind of stupid, honestly. I'm not sure how this even happened, but it did. And that needs to change, like in season 14 at the very latest, basically. And my take on this is I would actually like to see catch up more than account-wide. I think account-wide would be relatively boring because, you know, you just kind of load up an alt, and I still want to feel like I'm doing something. I still want to unlock something. I like unlocking stuff. And I've done it now on like 6 different characters. Okay, I haven't finished all of it, but it's kind of cool to kind of like see the progression. But I want to see it much faster, right? If I have already leveled to rank 10 on my wall plants on my main, then I want to get a massive boost, you know, like a 300% or something. You know, I do like 1 nightmare dungeon, I get 2 points. You know, I do another dungeon, I get another point. You know, something like that, right? And then after like 3 hours, I'm kind of back to where I was or something like that, right? Because when you make an alt, you don't start at level 1. You don't start leveling your character and you don't have anything, right? You have everything, right? When you start an alt, even if you level it from scratch, you will have tempers, you will have imprints. You're gonna go be way faster than on your main character on the first day of the season. And then if you really want to boost an alt, right? You boost it to 70 with your Whisper Caches, and then you equip your Mythics, you equip your Paragon, and you start in Torment 8, right? You don't even start lower than that, basically, if you make a random alt with that kind of stuff and like 200 Paragon or something. So none of my characters was below Torment 8 when I started it, basically, outside of my first character of the season. So in that case, yeah, this the war plans needs to kind of like follow suit a little bit, right? This is what I'm getting at. And I would like to also unlock stuff, but way faster, so that after, you know, a few hours, I'm kind of back on track. And, you know, once I finally reach like, you know, Tom and 12 on my alt, then I'm also kind of at the point where most of the stuff is caught up, basically. Now let's talk about the individual trees a little bit. Lair bosses. So this 30-second Nemesis portal, that is absolute fail. That needs to change. I'm not sure why that was even introduced. Like, it was working fine, and then we got a 30-second timer for no reason, and everyone hates it. So please remove that. Then we have the double chest that cannot spawn Nemesis lairs. That's an oversight, I think. So that should be addressed. It's kind of like just punishing you for taking that note, because Nemesis lairs are extremely juicy. I like that they are juicy, but I don't like that I'm wasting them. So please change that. Then we have the Belial ambush, I mentioned that. And also the runes modifier. So looking at the boss tree here, there's this thing here, and I have not really noticed much of it, to be fair. Maybe I just don't really know the loot table yet, and I wasn't really paying attention, but it seemed a bit off. Besides that, I kind of like the entire tree here. I think that's really cool stuff. Like, you get your random Lair bosses in the Hell Tides, and you get Duriel in the Hell Tides, and you get a random Andariel in the Pit. Like, I think this is all really cool stuff, and honestly, there could be even more. You know, I would like to see more of these bosses actually coming in and attacking you in like the random dungeon or something. I think there's lots of cool stuff. Maybe you can, like, you know, have a node where you walk into a cellar and, you know, there's like Belial or something. I don't know. There could be fun stuff. So overall, though, I think the Lair boss tree is relatively well done. Now let's talk about hordes. So obviously, I'm not a big fan of hordes. I have done a lot of them, and I have leveled the tree to level 7 on one of my characters, and I think 6 on another one. So I've done a lot of them. But I think hordes in general are extremely unrewarding right now. Bartok itself is not enough of a draw because it has very niche items. And you can also get those items way easier from just doing Belial. So no one really wants to go there, right? Opticite, gems, and scroll fragment, scrolls of restoration that you usually got in hordes are just plentiful everywhere else. So we also had this event that's actually still running right now. That is a completely tone deaf with more horde compasses. Yay! Something needs to happen. So first of all, the baseline needs to come up. And it needs to have something that is actually like kind of niche, at least, besides the Bartok uniques that everyone wants to do, maybe. And then you also need some cool nodes to speed this up a little bit, or, you know, give you like some cool stuff to do here. So one is, for example, you can open a 10-wave horde, but then as soon as you reach 1000 Ether, the thing ends. Boom, Bartok is there, and you go in, right? And this can happen at wave 3 if you get lucky with a Goblin wave, or it happens at wave 7 after, you know, building up the strategy. So I think that would be kind of nice to kind of like shortcut this a little bit. I would also like to see something like this here, half the waves, 2 upgrades at a time. So this would just, you know, make it 3 minutes in like a 6-wave run, 5 minutes in a 10-wave run. I think that would be kind of cool as well. And it could also open up some cool new strategies. Something like this here, where for the real horde enjoyers, you can actually juice it up. You know, you can open the chest 5 times, for example, get a ton of stuff out of it. So the 400 cost chest is actually pretty good. But the problem is, you know, if you do like 10-wave horde and you get like 2000 Ether every time, which is quite possible, it's actually reliable to do a 2000 without chaos waves, basically, these days. But then you can't really do anything with that. You know, the infinite chests are just kind of weak. And also, you can't really buff the infinite chests that much because the Goblin waves exist. You know, sometimes people get like 5000 Ether, so if the infinite chest is ridiculous, then, you know. So you have to do something like this, I think. And then it can juice us up a bit. And then we also have this here where, you know, just more action, you know, that's what I just talked about with the Lair bosses, you know, more Lair bosses, Bartok is just there, like, and 2 other guys, and everything goes crazy. There could be a lot of really cool stuff, honestly. So I think Hordes has a lot of potential, and we just need to be cooler. Maybe also juice up the activity XP that they get, honestly, because Hordes is just by far the slowest thing to level. You know, at least at ×2 would be kind of nice or something like that. Maybe at ×3 even. Because it doesn't really scale in the same way that other you know, activities scale. With when you get faster, hordes cannot be done faster, so that is definitely a pain point. Then we have Whispers. So I think the biggest problem with Whispers really is the 10 Grim Favor cap. So you go around, right, you go into a Helltide and look at how many objectives I have, right? Okay, I have like, you know, a lucky overlap here. This is the Helltide stuff and the regular Whispers. but this is also kind of the juicy stuff that you're looking for when you try to go do Whispers. And then you go in, you do the Blood Maiden, you know, one random guy kills like this Scorpion next to you, you finish your Grim Favors, the Blood Maiden spawns, boom, 3 hearts wasted, I want to just uninstall, right? So that can change, I think, and yeah. Then maybe something like this, right? If you don't get a higher cap, we had the Raven technology in Season 7, and that was really cool. They were static back in the Witch Tides, but why not bring them back, right? And just, you know, it lands next to you and you can turn in and that's it, right? And just give it like some sort of like AoE cooldown or so, right? When you don't want to have 10 Ravens at a world boss when everyone completes their Whisper. So only 1 Raven in like a certain area. But I think that would be really cool. And, you know, you just stay in the action, right? Like there is no reason to go back to town and then, you know, you come back again and yeah, it's super stupid. Sometimes I teleport like 3 times per hell tide. It's just like not it, man. Then we also have this here. Chance for Whisper Ambushes is doubled in 1 favor objectives. So that's kind of like some little thing. I was thinking about what if Whisper farming is actually an activity, right? Like we have the tree for it, but we don't actually have like a war plan for it. And I think it's okay that at some point when you have maxed out all of your trees, you just ignore the war plans and you just go do the thing you want to do, right? You just farm non-stop Naminusons if you want, or you farm non-stop Whispers if you want, or whatever else you want to do. And I think that would be okay. And in particular, since we can't seek out Whispers from the war plans, like why not give us like some extra juice here on, like, you know, you just go around. Some people just like to do these world quests. So that would be kind of cool, I think. And the roots was like a pretty prominent farming strat lately, but with the Gifts of the Tree event being off, that is not really a thing anymore. I think the biggest problem with that is you want to spec into the roots to gather them over like weeks because they happen very rarely, and then you want to kind of like fully spec into them afterwards to actually use them. So I think there needs to be like one path, like you find them and use them kind of like at the same time without the respecking part. I think that's a bit of a problem. And as I talked about here. Okay, now let's talk about the pit. I do have to say I really like the pit updates that we have gotten across the board. You know, the new zones, the new maps. It's more fluid. You don't have dead ends. It's way better for sure. And also like the randomness. I like the randomness in the pit. I think there could be more crazy stuff. I've personally not seen a goblin pit a single time this entire season, and I heard that pretty cool. So maybe this is a tiny bit too rare, for example, and whatever else might be in there that I have not really noticed or seen ever, you know. But yeah, overall, I think really cool updates. It would be nice if the pit tree was a bit more juiced, so especially the right side of the wall plans is, this seems completely terrible to me. Like, this is like, I guess, something for like the exploration enjoyers or something like that. But if you're blasting through those pits, you don't see those chests, or you don't see like this little flower in the corner that perfectly blends in with the environment. It is really tough. I've tried this for a bit and I really had trouble, and it requires like a lot of attention. So at the very least, maybe show it on the map or something like that. And also, it just doesn't really seem that rewarding to me. So I think this is very undertuned and wasted potential right now. So it'd be nice. And also the XP turn in, there's like this node here, like if I don't want to get my glyph upgrades, then I have to like spend it like longer than a glyph upgrade actually. It's like 4 seconds every time. I have 10 of those upgrades. Like I actually stand there for like half the time it takes me to finish a pit just to turn in my progression globes. That's yikes. Yeah. Same thing with the glyph upgrades themselves. It's cool that we have more glyph upgrades, but I also, you know, I do like a 60-second run sometimes and a 30-second upgrading my glyphs. Like, please. Okay. Progression globes, I think, are also problematic. So we have this node here that is kind of like a must take. So the Heart of Stone thing, and it draws these globes, but they're kind of like inconvenient. Like they kind of drop behind you, and they also don't feel very good when you pick them up in the first place. Like D3 does this a lot better. You have like this nice flashy animation, and like the globe kind of flies into your progression bar and it flashes and it feels good. I always like picking up globes in D3. In D4, I don't. So that kind of needs to change. Like it's just the animation thing, actually. I try to think about what is it, and it's actually just not looking as good. And that would already help. And also just the fact that they just don't really drop in your path, you know, and also like elites, like don't drop glows, but the trash mobs do. So you kind of want to skip the elites and then kill only the trash mobs. It's kind of backwards. That could probably be changed a little bit. And yeah, basically just make it more convenient. Alright, then we have the Undercity. Undercity, I also generally like what happened here, so I think the tree is kind of cool, maybe slightly cracked when it comes to portable pranksters. I feel like the 6 attunement just doesn't really do anything, so this maybe should be looked at least. And overall, I kind of like this. I would like to see maybe more branches here that kind of change what the Undercity does and how the runs actually function, because it is still relatively the same compared to like before. But at least they're pretty rewarding now. We have like really cool, tributes and bargain options. So there's like really nice stuff. Like you can really target a lot of really cool things that you care about and so on. So I like how this changed. But the tree is a bit undercooked, I think. Then we have Nightmare Dungeons. So I don't have much to say, honestly. I think Nightmare Dungeons are excellent right now. They feel fun, they feel rewarding, there's bosses going on, there's craziness with the shrine and respawns and cool strategies. And you have the escalation with the 3 pathways there. Lots of cool stuff here. I think the right side is something that's a bit clunky because you have this like 20 elite counter, and that is like a buff on your bar. So first of all, it clutters your buff bar, but also then you log out, the buff is gone, and all kind of stuff. That needs to be streamlined a little bit. And there needs to be a better solution for that, basically. But outside of that, I think Nightmare Dungeons have been extremely fun. And I would like to see just like all of the dungeons in the pool, basically. They were taken out here because of this bug at the start of the season, but I'd like to see them come back. But with that bug fixed, right? So just let us go in if it's an escalation dungeon, and don't kick us out. And also strong rooms are kind of like on the weak side. I think when it comes to like Seal Farm, Heraldic, Talisman, Horak strong room, kind of makes sense. I think we should put a lot of seals there and maybe charms. But yeah, either way, I think this could be a niche here that is a bit underused. Then we have the tower. Not really a war plan activity, I guess, but the tower is still not really where it should be in my book. I would like to see Paladin HP come down a lot. They're like still tankier than elites, basically. It's kind of crazy. Also, I would like to see just more progression required. Just make it faster, basically. I don't want to necessarily cut back on the total time of run, but I want to go through more floors, basically. And this also is kind of like, that kind of takes out a bit of the like drag of like whacking away at an elite pack for like a minute and whatever, right? And also the boss sometimes can take multiple minutes. It's like way too long. So with more progression required, we got lower tiers, bosses are squishier, and so on. So this would help a lot. Some bosses are kind of buggy as well. That would be nice to be fixed. And yeah, just maybe slightly more RNG, maybe a bit more like chances for like multiple elite packs to appear together, because right now it's like, okay, you go to one room, there's a pack, you go to the next room, there's another pack. It's extremely scripted and extremely predictable, and it's on one side kind of nice for like a comparison angle, but on the other side there is already quite some RNG and quite some fishing involved, to the point where we can make it a bit more interesting, where people is going on. And it's not just, okay, go from point A to point B to point C, in that order at that time, every single time, until you get a good run. So that is kind of what's missing, right? If you compare this to Diablo 3 pushing, Diablo 3 pushing was still way superior in terms of fun and also like player skill expression and, strategy and all that. So I think that is just kind of missing. Maybe environmental effects could also be a thing. In the past, I talked about, for example, weekly rotations, or we have bi-weekly rotations now, right, with like resets every 2 weeks. Maybe you have something like Mythic Plus in WoW, where there's like a set of affixes that apply to the environment and to the monsters and to the bosses or whatever, for those 2 weeks, right, where there's actually something new going on. Because right now I have the problem, okay, I go in, I push my character to rank 1, and then I just do it again at the same tier in the next week or something like that. Like, what's the point, right? Like, my character didn't get any stronger, and I can't really go any a tier higher. It is just what it is, and that's it, right? Like, I have no other reason to go back to the tower after having done that run. But if there's some dynamic between the resets, then it should open up new strategies. Maybe I'm gonna tweak my build. Maybe I'm gonna at least learn how to play around the new affixes and this kind of stuff. And if there's like a large enough pool of those, it could be very interesting. And activity tree for the tower, I think that would be kind of cool, especially if we hide that. So imagine we have a tree like this, but it's for the tower, and there is stuff like you can choose the pylons, or maybe there's new pylons that you can unlock, Or, you know, you can do other stuff like this. Maybe certain elite affixes you can ban, or, you know, you can ban certain monster types or whatever, right? There could be like a lot of really cool stuff where like you kind of like tweak it to your liking and make it more interesting. And maybe you can like kind of squeeze out a little bit of excitement there, basically, which is, you know, kind of lacking in a tower, to be honest. And there is like another Warplans tree that I haven't really talked about now, Hell Tides. I just want to say Hell Tides, I really like Hell Tides. T12 makes it relevant as well, which is cool. And overall the tree is really good, so I don't really have any complaints about this. So I don't have actually that much to say about it. I think every option here is actually decently viable, or, you know, at least has a reason to exist. And I'm kind of happy with how that goes. I also like that, for example, XP farming can be done in Helltide pretty efficiently with the maggots. So I think most people would kind of choose that. And it just kind of feels good to do Helltides. The main issue I kind of have is that it's like relatively inconsistent sometimes. Like sometimes you just get like 3 worms in a row, you have like 600 sinners in a minute, and other times you spend like 5 minutes walking around to get nothing. Maybe that could be like streamlined slightly, but besides that, I'm kind of happy with it. Now let's talk about Mephisto. Yeah, pretty fun fight, I gotta say. I think it's a really well done fight. So I would rather just see a bit of tweaking here on the transitions. So a lot of people are complaining about this, especially if you farm Mephisto a bunch. You have very long phase transitions, and there are cutscenes to take you out of character. I don't like that at all. I think this is done way better on the Lilith fight, where you stay in character, and okay, it's still like a 20-second transition or something, right? But you don't do Lilith every day anyway. So it's just kind of much better done when you stay in character and you watch the whole thing play out, and then you do it once in a while, and that's it. And this is kind of how I guess it's supposed to go for Mephisto, but Mephisto is just way more annoying because of the cutscenes. I'd like to see the cutscenes just like removed, you stay in character, and then make everything a bit faster, right? Like, you know, the phase 1 to phase 2 transition where he falls into the pool, you know, just like make that a bit faster, and then he comes out, and, you know, the meteor phase starts. And then phase 3 transition, okay, make the wave come in more quickly, and then you just wake up, right? And that's it. So that would be cool. Obviously, you would have to nerf the XP, so they don't just like farm Mephisto for XP as like the #1 thing. And then the other problem is he just doesn't really drop the stuff that he says he drops. So the loot is extremely terrible of Mephisto, considering how rare it is to even get a Crux, which seems to happen roughly as often as a Mythic Tribute for me. So you see here I have 19 of those, I have 18 of that, I just used a few of those, I used a few of that. But yeah, they're kind of one-to-one, and that is kind of what I have gathered. I have used a few of them, but yeah, it's like 1 per 10 to 15 hours or something. You can definitely do it a bit faster if you farm specific lair bosses or Helltide a lot or something like that. But realistically, you don't get them very often, and that is good. But for that, his loot is way too bad. So I would rather see choosing up of the tribute chest at the end. And in particular, like this tooltip is just straight up lying, right? Like it says mythic seals, and there's just no mythic seals on this guy. So I don't know what is going wrong here, but there's no mythic seals on Mephisto. And in that case, that needs to change, right? Mythic seals is actually something I wanted to talk about anyway. So I might as well just do this now. We are already here anyway at the mythic seals. So I like that they're extremely rare, but I don't like that we don't have any realistic expectation of getting one of them. I think it's a cool chase that these mythic seals exist, but since they also have extremely impactful randomized stats, I think we need to at least get some of them after a certain point. You know, I'm talking about, okay, if I play like 100 to 200 hours a single character, at least I want to finish my character at that point, at some, you know, somewhere along those lines, right? Like really juiced up. So I cannot expect to get the mythic seal I care about in 200 hours. Like I have actually not gotten one of them. I have gotten 5 in total, split between like 2 of them. And yeah, if I want to get one of them with like a good roll as well, like, yeah. So I think that needs to change. So at least Mephisto should drop them. And then there's also, for example, what I talked about, you know, Heraldic Strong Rooms could be like the Giga Seal farm. So maybe you're just gonna spam 500 Nightmare Dungeons with Strong Rooms, and maybe you're gonna get a Mythic Seal here and there. You know, why not? Or like also these, there's also the Seal Tributes. So, you know, I think like there's just like a bit of like missing incentive to try to get a Mythic Seal, right? It's not much of an item chase if I can't get the item. You know, like if I have no chance and no expectation of ever finding it, then what's the point, you know? yeah, it's cool that they're there and they're really rare, and it's, you know, it takes a long time to really get the one you want, but it's too much, basically. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, besides that, the mythic seals also just kind of suck for the most part. That's another problem, I guess. So there's 3 of them, and only one of them really has a chance to be decent baseline, which is the Diamond Mind. So it's this one here. In particular for the Warlocks, I noticed they are extremely good. And for example, I had one on my rogue with a really good roll. In fact, it was so good that I used it instead of a normal seal, but I didn't actually use the effect of it. I just used it for the stats as a 6-slot seal. So it was that good. And even then, I found no use for it on the rogue, for example. And that is a bit of a problem, I think. So it seems like the balance between the sets is just a bit off between the classes, and it's very obvious. Like the Necro sets are extremely weak, the Warlock sets are extremely strong, the other classes are somewhere in the middle. And okay, it's fine that not every Mythic Seal goes into every build, or it's like somewhat niche, right? They are very special in what they do, but at very least there should be something for these Mythic Seals, I think. And an entire class not able to use a Mythic Seal at all is kind of weird. And this is kind of the best one. The other 2 are even worse than that. Because here you give up an entire 5-set bonus for 1 unique charm. So even on the worst possible set, that is not an option. And here you give up like basically an entire set for 2 charms, which is also not really an option. So the only way that the Golden Epiphany and the Severed Finger can be at all useful is if they roll an extremely rare random stat, which is a +1 slot. And then you could maybe think about using them, because suddenly you would have a 2-piece and 3 unique charms, or you would have 2-piece, 2-piece, and 2 unique charms. And then it kind of gets into usable territory. So I think what needs to happen is they need to have this +1 slot baseline, or they just need to be buffed in some other ways, like 4 sockets, 4 uniques. And I don't know what I can do with this one, but you know, something needs to happen with those Mythic Seals, both in the rarity and in the power. And you know, I want to have builds that don't run sets. You know, I want to use Golden Epiphany. And in fact, if I had one, maybe I would try to cook something with it, but I don't even have it in the first place. And even if I did that, I would most likely just make a laughing stock of myself anyway. So that is a real problem, I think, with those items. Now let's talk about the talisman in general though. So we have too many affixes, too much stash clutter. So especially if you want to play a class with like multiple builds and you want to experiment and stuff, like all these random charms, like it's too much, right? There is like storm skills, earth skills, nature magic skills. Like just give me like one outcome that is like the best outcome, you know, like something to hunt for, something to chase. And where I just say, okay, I have the thing, I don't need any other version of this charm now, right? I don't need like 3 separate, like, you know, of the same piece in order to like swap my build around between Earth and Storm and whatever. You know, just give me like a +3 all skills, right? As like a rare jackpot outcome, and there we go, or something like that, because I think this is a real problem. I think long term it would be ideal to actually like make like a codex style system, you know. It already works kind of like how, for example, Vampire Powers worked in Season 2, right? It's literally the same slots, you put the stuff in there and combine it and so on, but these are items now and not actual powers that you choose from panel. And I think it wouldn't hurt, honestly, to make this like the Season Powers in the long run, right? Kind of like redesign this a bit, like you find these as items, but then they kind of just go into your talisman and you just have them, right? And then, you know, maybe like allow us like to somehow select the stats we have on them or something like that. And then just, okay, I have this slot, I select this charm. I have this slot, I select that charm, and so on. So there could be like some stuff that removes all the stash clutter and all this like crafting and whatever, and would make this a lot more convenient, I think. And then also we have the problem with the seals. Like the 6-slot seals look exactly the same as the 5-slot seals. And I'm not even sure if there's a loot filter for that. I don't think so. So you always have to look at every single seal every single time to see the 6 slots. And then also what the stats are. I think this needs to become another rarity, like make it unique or make it ancestral at least or something. You know, that's an option as well. And then, you know, all the other ones I just salvage or something, right? But yeah, this is kind of what I would like to see here. So the talisman, relatively cool system. You know, it's kind of like the final result of like 11 seasons of perks and powers, I guess. And I like how it turned out, but quality of life is low. So I'd like to see some improvements. Let's talk about mythics. So just in general, Kind of sad to see how little was done on Mythics, I gotta say. I talked about the Mythic Seals, kind of cool idea, but undercooked a little bit. And the Mythics themselves are just like still mostly where they are. So we have, Starless, really good, Petition, really good, and then a few other things like a Selic on the Barb, which is just like, yeah, can we fix that please at some point? And then we also have Grandfather that sometimes goes into a build, and maybe I should have vowed that these days we actually have dot builds, so it's not completely terrible anymore. But yeah, like half the Mythics are just completely trash, right? So Shaco, Ahavarion, it's a sad story for some of these. So I think some of them are just kind of forgotten and neglected, and there's not a single build where I would ever want to run that. So if that is the case, we definitely need to do something about some of those Mythics. But overall, I kind of like where they landed. I was actually using Tyrio's Might, for example, this season. And, like, Petition does have competition these days, and Starless has competition these days, and is actually choices to make now. So I like that, right? I actually just have one Mythic equipped on this build, right? I could run a Starless if I wanted. I could run a Tyrios if I wanted, but I don't. And that is kind of cool. So they're kind of on a good power level. These are good examples, but some of them are just still trash. So we need some fixing there. Now let's talk about Cube. TLDR on my Cube experience is very cool, very fun. I really like what they've done there, like all these recipes, but please don't stop, keep adding more cool recipes. So this should not be the final form here, hopefully. It's a very modular system, right? You can just add more stuff, and I would really like to see that regularly, to be honest. But there's some stuff that can definitely be addressed a little bit, like 3-to-1 recipe. I don't like that part, to be honest. So it's nice that we can kind of like hyper focus on a certain thing. I'm trying to get my Tybalt's Will with a good roll. I craft a bunch of these and then I put them into the shredder, see what comes out of it. So it's nice that we have that option to kind of like focus down, like narrow down what we're hunting for. But it is like, it's way too much clutter, way too much inventory pressure. And, I have like these 10 Tybalt's Will flying around now. And then, like they take up so much space, and then I go here and I put them in, and yeah, it's too much. So I really like to see some sort of rework there. For example, we already have this enhanced primordial dust, which is used for unique crafting. I think it could also be an option to unique reroll. So you just have, one unique you use and one dummy that you reroll until you get a better one, and then you swap. So something like that would definitely help a lot with this whole problem. And the same goes for the unique charms as well. Like the charm crafting with like 3 random charms. So I have to like collect these here, and then I have like 2 entire mules full of just trash charms. So I can make the charm that I actually care about. And then I have to save those as well, because I can 3-to-1 them as well, right? So if I want to try to get a good Godslayer charm, I have to save 3 of them and then put them back into the cube. And then they can also roll ancestral and non-ancestral, so I have to save 3 of each of those to then put them in the cube. Like it's complete disaster. So that needs to change, I think. So this whole like collect charms thing and the 3-to-1 is way too much of a hassle, I think. And then you also just want more quality of life, I think. So I like that we have a hotkey for the craft, but you cannot rebind that hotkey for some reason. Also, it has kind of like a long delay until it actually does the thing. Also, you have account. Are you sure you want to bind this to your account? Every single craftsman, can we please stop with this? Like, this is also the same on tempers and everything. Like, please don't. Most people don't even trade in this game. Like, why do we care about this? Just make it account bound, please. And when you do it, right? Then there's also the other thing, when you craft something, right, you put in a prism, and, I'm doing like, I don't know, like this here. I want to like one-click swap, but it doesn't let me swap it, right? I have to like take this out, put this in, and so on. So that would be nice. So just like more quality of life. I think there should be like a real close look at everything the cube does, and then, some thoughts about, okay, is there a way to make this smoother, easier, faster, comfier, and so on, right? So every single recipe. So that would be cool. Also, I think possible roles would be kind of sweet. A lot of people don't really know what is in the different categories when you use prisms, especially. Yeah, temper, so another thing like that, right? Like the auto scroll would be kind of nice. Show the results. It's the same thing when you go here and you temper stuff, and then you have to like, press on this button, and then press this button, and then press escape 2 times, and press this button, and press this button. Like way too much clicking. And jeweler mythics. So I think they are way too boring, and they could be way more cool. So right now you collect your, you know, set of 6 runes from this and that, and then you can craft your mythic. And personally, I don't really do that very much. I know I have like tons of mythics anyway, I don't care. But in a world where we actually care about crafting these, I think this like 666 is a bit boring, and I would like to see, you know, somewhere in the range of like 2 to 5 runes, or maybe 3 to 5 or 3 to 6 runes, but only 1 of each at a time. And they can also be like different rarities and a bit more like spread out, and a bit more like rune words from Diablo 2, you know. And then you can also, for example, Perdition, you know, Perdition needs like 5 different legendary runes, but maybe a Shaco needs only 2 and also 3 magics or something like that, right? Depending on the quality of the item and the popularity of the item, I think this could be kind of like made into something way more interesting, where you assembled exactly that rune word, kind of. It's just like in the good old D2 times, and then you craft it. And this would also allow us to like just massively bring down rune drop rates. You know, like I think runes just kind of drop too often, honestly. And the main reason to do that is to craft those mythics, I guess. And I think it would be cool to see runes less often. And it would be more of like a high moment when you actually find one, I think. And yeah. And lastly, Echoing Hatred. So it's actually the final point that I have here. A lot of people are complaining that it's too rare, they've never done it after Paragon 250 or something like that. But my opinion is, honestly, you don't want to do it more often than that, even if that often means you have never done it. Because, okay, if you don't do it this season, you'll do it next season. And once the novelty wears off, it's going to be relatively boring very fast. So I really like that it's very rare, because after having done a few of them, I don't want to do them more often than once every few days. That's just how it is. It's just like not that exciting. It is nice once in a while when I get it and I go there and I test my build and that's it. But that's, yeah, I don't wanna see this as like some sort of like farming loop or something like that. But okay, maybe there could be some sort of kind of a more target farm option. There is the Undercity that actually drops Trace of Echoes relatively reliably. So I've gotten like half of mine or maybe more just in Undercity runs from war plans. So you can kind of like focus on it there. But yeah, for the most part, I think it's nice that it's rare. But also, it's kind of like too much of a drag. Like it takes like 15 minutes to do one of these runs, and you just kind of like one-shot everything for like the first 12 minutes anyway, and then it slowly starts ramping up, and then it starts ramping really fast. So I think the whole like starting part, like it should just be shortcut, right? If I go in on Torment 12, at least make it start at wave 50, and then it kind of gets to the more interesting part a bit faster. And maybe at that point, I also wouldn't mind maybe a slightly higher drop rate of this thing. But yeah, this is about it here for my feedback so far. I do have obviously a lot of stuff to say about the individual classes, so I was thinking about doing like a Warlock video and a Rogue video, and maybe one for every class, I guess, because there's a lot of stuff to talk about. But for now, this is just like my overall kind of like state of the game. You know, this is my opinions about what I think could or should change here. Definitely, you know, bug fixing, quality of life is like a really high priority across the board. But then, you know, there's so much potential for really cool stuff that is still not unlocked in this game. So I'd really like to see more things. And yeah, maybe the devs also going to surprise us. You know, they've been cooking with the expansion, and let's see what is coming in the next season or the season after that. And, you know, maybe most of the stuff is actually kind of a moot point anyway. But for now, this is my season 13 feedback. I'll keep blasting, of course, so I'm not quite done yet, but I think in terms of what I would have to say, nothing is really going to change in the next weeks. So let me know, what do you think? Let me know if there's any stuff that I missed, that I disagree with, or anything like that. I'd be quite curious to hear that, and let's see what the devs will do. Hope you enjoyed this, and see you guys next time. Okay, short 56 minutes recording, guys. Okay. Okay. Man, it's fine, guys. Don't worry. He got booted from Escalation Dungeon to a stronghold today. Yeah, this is, you probably had an old sigil. It was only the new sigils after the patch. Under 1 hour video. Thank you, Varys. Glad to hear that.
More loyal friends you will not find.
Oh, I see some good news here from Nini in chat. Okay, anyway. Okay, we're gonna continue with the Druid here in a moment, guys. Thank you, Kazui. It was a Fracture Peaks Stronghold. It was a new stage because you started hardcore after the patch. Interesting, okay. And maybe they forgot a few dungeons or something. Maybe it's like really rare, and then it kicks you out. Is this like the Malnog Stronghold? Yeah, I think Cultist Refuge doesn't exist in the pool, right? I think Cultist Refuge is not a Nightmare Dungeon. So it must be one of these here. There's one here and one here. Five gems plus type plus and legendary seals as mythic seal. Yeah, that would be kind of cool as well, yeah. Thank you. You're such a good wife.
Now the chat will think I made you today.
No, I don't know.
Yeah, they were asking me.
No, thank you.
Try the meat patty. No, they're cold by now. There's a knife. And the sauce I made myself. I like your glasses.
Thanks.
Can I have a wink? You're blessed.
I can cure everything per week.
Did you have your lunch, guys? Or your dinners? What is the food? It's meat patty, grilled. My new grill. I have a new grill friend.
Hot grill.
Very hot. And yeah, I've been using it every day for a week now.
Yeah. And egg.
Video anything about the mythical seal being crafted?
What?
That we could maybe craft the mythic seal.
No, I didn't mention crafting. But that was talking about the rarity and the drops.
I mean, since we can craft everything else, why not this? You like the shirt, by the way? It goes very well with the video. Uh-huh. Did you indeed do it on purpose, or it happened?
You never know.
You are a mystery. You must have been very hungry.
What do you want, Melon?
Look how he's staring at you. Daddy, give me a piece. But he just ate, so don't give him anything.
Oh, but look at the poor guy.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, he was never fed before.
Did you see how he was throwing up last night? He was throwing up for like 10 minutes.
Why, Melon?
Yeah, because he eats whatever he finds on the floor. Don't we feed you enough?
Now look at him, he's starving.
Yeah, like he's never
No.
never been fed before.
Look at this guy.
Yeah. Never fed before, yeah.
Yeah, he's looking at
Feed
me like...
Daddy.
Yeah. He literally just had food. Yeah. And now he's sitting here under my desk while I'm eating my meatballs. Yeah, and he's very
They're
agitated.
not meatballs, they're meat patty.
Meat patties.
Like yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You're not eating the salad, not that I care much.
This is Mephisto. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, give Daddy a kiss. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Eating your meatball under the desk. Melly, what is your daddy saying?
He's not hungry, he's just greedy, guys. He just had his food.
Yeah, he had a lot of food actually.
Then he sees meat patties and he's getting very agitated. I'll give that dog way too many treats. Yeah. Yeah, you have to resist giving him treats. He's very cute. But if you give him too much, it's bad for him, so... I guess they eat special food. I did not mention that, Raptor, but I did talk about resolve stacking in general being a problem. And I think the buffs being dropped in town is also a bit too much of like a fundamental game mechanic for them to just change now, I think. Okay, man, he go down again. Here's my food. In peace. Yeah, that is Coke. With lemonaki, as they call it here in Greece. In Greece, I thought you were German. Yes, but you know, Germans have a bit of a tendency to... Oh wait, that was last century. We don't do that anymore, but you know, I live here now.
Believe to break another's work.
Yeah, Urban Reserve is very good, and Material Reserve. I think a large cursor setting is still there. Busy. Haven't tried it though. I'm planning a big feedback video and future dreams. No, no plans for that. Not sure why I should record that right now. Yeah, I'll make a plan for this soon, guys. And the pulverizes is the damage, yes. Lightning is just to proc my... what's it called? Constricting tendrils. Mostly that. Hey, anspannen. Yeah, I have resolve stacks, yeah. It's very fun, fair, and balanced. I think. Well, the poison pulp does not exist anymore. They nuked that with the rework of the unique. Kind of sad actually, because I think the whole poison thing was actually a kind of cool idea. They just like never fixed all the bugs, and then just decided, okay, fuck it. A bit strange, but okay. Well, if you don't get a Mythic Seal, I mean, it's just an optional objective, right? It's not really such a big deal, I think. And who knows what they're gonna do next season. I always wanted to cook with some seals and I just never got them, so it's what it is, I guess. See, last thing. Oh boy. Try to send all of your seal tributes. Try the Dark Citadel weekly chest. I heard that can have some. Has anyone tried it, Dark Citadel?
Let us plan our next move.
Yeah.
Fight well, my friend.
Can Heartsinger use Pelgain? Yes, very easily actually. I mean, if you're already playing a cold build, it's very easy to do a Pelgain. The problem is if you're not playing a cold build, you have to do some acrobatics in order to use it. Because of the stagger bugs and stuff. Why did I reset a Warplans mid-escalation? Because my Warplans was finished. I turned it in and I tried to get 2 more Lamp Dungeons. I failed. But yeah, so ideally for escalation you do something like 2 Lamp Dungeons at the end and then 2 Lamp Dungeons at the start or something. And the grouping and pulling is the gold there. I could also equip it, honestly, because I don't need to crit here, really. I was thinking about that a little bit. At least in a world without resolve stacking, could just equip it. Because then it would care a bit more about the defensive stats. And we would get an extra thing there. You could either equip a normal ring with a normal aspect, there's a 60% aspect I can put. Plus better stats because it's hard to get good unique rings. There's this, yeah. It's not such a big difference actually. I have played Necro. I really like what I've done generally. Easy mythic for Masteroth. Okay. Another banger. Anyway, Necro, I played Bone Spirit mostly. That was very cool. I like the mobility of Sever. That was nice. Sever plus Bloodlush together, especially nice. Eat pineapple pizza in the air fryer. Yo. I'm a pineapple on pizza enjoyer actually. Nice, Ladia. What are you playing? Ants. Okay.
Swinging away.
Oh. What did I open?
Hello.
Yeah, one-handed of jump strength was not that crazy. Which two-handed aspect do I have? I think I have redirected force, right? I mean, the aspect is pretty big. But I guess you can do one-hand offhand as well and move stuff around. Both or Lightning Storm? Why not both? But it's actually a Pulse build. Oh, I just realized the level transition also turns off the Nagu rune. Interesting. Sorry, it's still a bit meh. Really? I figured lesser would be insane. Just walk, press a button, everything dies, no? Is it not doing that? Like, the chest seems insane for Lacerate. It's masters with neurotoxin. With neurotoxin you have to like weaken them or wait, what do you do? Weaken or hinder or something? Not sure exactly. But it's definitely a harder condition. Better be a version of Lunatica with Mythics or Maxwell. You mean the Lunatic Warlock? No, it doesn't run any Mythics actually. It's just a push version that I made with the grandfather, but that's it. But it's not like a regular build. Work is intended, chat. You know, you should be rewarded for putting more effort in your build. You have a problem maintaining vulnerability on Divine Lance Pardon. Did you forget the runes? I think I have the runes there. The wolves. This build is pulverize. Is better or Red Blessing? They run both. Better equipped is Banished Lords, but it's way harder to get than Red Blessing, so I just put the other one there.
That's it for that piece.
Oh, we were just getting warmed up.
Most fun Rouge build is Barrage. Strongest is Pinshot. The Necro meta builds are Bloodwave and Bone Spirit, I think. Yeah, Nightmare for Tune Dust. Especially Nightmare dungeons with Material Reserve. Because you can get all of the other dust as well, and I think even from the chest you can get attuned. And then you have the chest at the end. Usually a chest is like 1 attuned dust. So per dungeon it's like 1. But it adds up.
What brings you?
Mad Wolf's Glee. We should try that.
Pity to break another's work.
Ever teleporting to Meth bugs him out? Wait, can you explain that? I didn't have that happen on my kill on Necro. It's my legendary option. Yeah, I think that one is relatively decent, but it's really hard to get these tributes. Can't survive Mephisto because Resolve doesn't stack since he's immune to CC. Wait, you don't have any other way to get Resolve on Barb? That's kind of scuffed. Well, you can try to get it outside and then teleport in before the fight. Well, Resolve only disappears when you mount or when you go to town, but if you go from like one content to the next, where you're like in a combat area, it stays.
Step up to my anvil. That's it for that piece.
lose your resolve stacks, so I'm buff when you go through a door. Yeah, going from level to level, you don't lose the stacks. Like going from town into like, you know, a fresh pit or something, this is where you lose them, yeah. Well, my paladin, I was losing resolve stacks. Maybe it depends on from which source they're coming. I used Fortress on Paladin to get resolve. Maybe it's when you play Juggernaut, it's different. Really? On my Paladin, I'm pretty sure I lost the resolve stacks I mounted. What the fuck? Like I never mount in Helltide with the resolve stackers.
Oh, finished so soon?
Dude, the Basilisk, man. Unbelievable, but it's true. We're running it. Oh, Agora. Thank you. I'll play Sorg, yeah, I haven't really decided on a build yet. I was kinda excited for Frozen Orb, but that seems kinda eh. Maybe I'll try Charge Bolts or Lightning, Chain Lightning. Yeah, I think this is mostly it here. Paragon I slip from danger and change the glyphs. Maybe I should have taken it from here anyway. But okay. Earth, match. Here's dominate, spirit, export. Okay. I'm gonna add some nodes and stuff as well later. You can use Lightbringer, but then you have to stack 100% crit chance. Right now I'm not stacking any crit chance, because Basilisk gives you 100% crit. So with Lightbringer you have to put a crit on every slot basically, and maybe a couple starters too. And then you kinda get there, and you also have to put a crit temper. And it's also just gonna be slower. But Lightbringer has more damage, I guess. The most fun class so far was the Rogue. How would I build if I had Diamond Mind? You wouldn't really do anything different. All the stats are kind of terrible on the Druid. Like there's this Den Mother set, but I actually salvage all of it now. Because every time that you shift out of bear form, it just drops all your stacks. It's like completely worthless. So, it's so bad. And none of the other sets actually do anything, so Diamond Mine doesn't help you here. And I mean, the charms you can put here are pretty big. You have God Slayer. The alternative is equip God Slayer. You lose the petition. It's an 80% multi. You have to beat an 80% multi basically with the Diamond Mine. That's not that easy. Has anyone tested a frozen fireball? Holy. You think she'll get a 6th board? Nah. Many builds have enough trouble fitting like 5 boards where, you know, the last one is already kind of scuffed most of the time. If you make more boards and more interesting options, then maybe, but right now with the Paragon boards you have, most builds would struggle really hard to get a 6th board. You know the Paragon root trick, the autofill thing, that was cool to find out. Yeah, I know about it, but I almost never use it. It's pretty rare that you have like straight lines. Like, okay, it can go from here to here or something, but then it might take this dex node instead of this will node, and I have to like unspec that again and put this here. Like, yeah, it's kind of annoying. So it's only for straight lines basically. Like here, okay, 3 points, you know, you can do it in 1 click, and then here 3 points, you can do it in 1 click. So once you get in the habit of doing that, it's maybe slightly faster because you save a few clicks. Or here, you know, go up 5, click this, go up 4, click that. So here, this is kind of nice. Or here, go down 5 at a time. But it's not really so great. Yeah, for those that don't know what I'm talking about, it's this here. Can you also do this in reverse? No. So you can do this, and then, you know, in 1 click. Yeah, the GA charms are only from the cube. Okay, I think I'm gonna do a bit of YouTubing for the poll. I made a planner now, let's just do it. Okay. That's funny, Sanchez. I didn't know that's a thing actually. Set reroll is the thing to get GA charms. 3 to 1 does not give you GA. Okay, say hi to everyone. Hi everyone! So lately I've been playing a bunch of Druid and I got stuck with Pulverize. And I had a lot of fun with this build. It's actually really fast, turns out. The Druids are kind of zooming, even with their trample being relatively scuffed compared to other mobility skills. I was able to bring down these run times to like 90 seconds on average. And in some good runs even less than that. On like around a tier 110 level. So I'm going to show you what this is all about. I've been blasting on the Druid here with Pulverize, and it was just like a blast to play. It's one of my favorite builds. So it is like the first thing I got started with on this class. But yeah, it turns out with this and the power of resolve stacking and might of the Ursine, you can make a lot of things happen. This build actually does not run Grizzly Rage or the Rotting Lightbringer, or which is now called Purified Lightbringer for Pulverize. This is the Pulverize unique. In fact, I am playing with the Basilisk out of all weapons, and it turns out it's actually pretty decent. Now you can make a more powerful version of this, like similar to, for example, the guide on Maxdraw from Danger, that does actually run the right Pulverize weapon and a bunch of other little things, but I tried to make this as comfy and as fast as possible. And well, as you just saw here, I can kind of fly through those runs, and I'm still strong enough to annihilate everything in like 1 hit in Torment 12, Maybe the bosses take a few seconds or something like that. So if you look at, for example, a Blood Maiden here, yeah, I can do that pretty easily. So just kind of to show it off here real quick, you have these satisfying big explosions from the Earth set that is kind of like a big thing on the Druid class right now, including this build. And thanks to the Basilisk, we can trigger this Earth set instantly, getting the Petrify bonus, and there's a bunch of other stuff that I tweak compared to like other typical setups, I guess. So just to make this as comfy as possible. So yeah, let's get into this. I'm going to show you my character. I also have my crashing Diablo 4. And I have a planner that I just made, so this is here. So I made a mid-game and an end-game variant. I will add a few notes as well, which I have not done yet. I just finished this planner, but we have the paragons, the skill tree, and all that. And also the items, including what stats you want to roll, and temper and masterwork and all that. So this is what this looks like. So the main combo here is the Might of the Eurosine Ring. This one is a resolve stacking unique. And as you might have seen from other builds already, resolve stacking is pretty big in fashion. So on this build I have like 60 resolve stacks. So this is like a tiny oopsie here from the devs. And this ring gives us like 800% damage. So this just solves everything in terms of DPS. And this allows us to go, you know, the extremely comfy route and still be powerful. I think that this build, as it is, will probably cap out somewhere in like the 125 to 130 range. And then if you do some tweaks, like adding in the Lightbringer and maybe a Signal of Pelgain or something, it probably goes into the 130 something range. So just to give you a bit of an idea of the power level. But yeah, this ring is insane. And we put maximum resolve stacks, including GA plus masterwork on every slot we can, which is Amulet, Helm, Chest, and Pants. We can get plus 48. And then you have 8 baseline and 2 from the aspect. So yeah, I have like 58 stacks. It's a lot of resolve stacking. And on top of this, with Glint's Anvil, you also become giga tanky. So this is what this looks like here right now. Yeah, 40 million toughness. I can probably tank the Mephisto beam with that. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, basically nothing can touch you. And you also ramp the resolve relatively fast. This is thanks to the debilitating roar. So here you can, when you start a run, you will have no resolve stacks, and you can just load in and press debilitating roar, you get a few stacks, and then it also gives you 1 every second. And then we can also get even more by attacking enemies. So it's going to show how fast this ramps when we go in here. So now I have relatively low toughness, so you're going to be kind of aware. It's still enough to take some small hits and stuff, but you want to get the resolve up. And you see here, even with a few stacks, it just kind of keeps going up with every stack. Some is from the Bulwark, which triggers automatically from Nagu plus Q rune word, because you have a bunch of ravens flying around here. So you just get this Bulwark every few seconds, that gives you a few resolve stacks, and then you can also press debilitating roar. And then once we start attacking, it also goes up pretty fast, because we have Obsidian Slam that gives us a stack every time. And there is also the Petrify that we spec into, that we don't have on the bar, but it also gives us resolve here, if you kill enemies with that. And we petrify enemies all the time, thanks to this weapon. So yeah, it's actually relatively fast to ramp. It's just like the first few seconds, maybe of a pit or so, where you have to be a bit careful, and then you are okay. So this is sort of the overarching like package that gives you giga damage and keeps you alive. And then you have a bunch of other things to improve this whole setup here. Mostly just trying to scale the damage as much as you can in addition to this. So we have some really strong uniques here, for example, Fractured Runestone, plus 100% crit damage when you have Overpower. And you get that extremely easily from the User and Horror aspect here. So just by being in Werebear form, you get Overpower from this aspect. And it actually has a sort of buggy hidden interaction, which is the old effect of that aspect. If you remember it from playing Druid in the past, this was a like polarized specific aspect that gave it the Earth tag, and it still does that, opening up these Earth synergies. So normally polarized is actually not an Earth skill. There is one variant that has the Earth tag, so you could do the whole thing that we are doing without this aspect working as it does, but we want to use another aspect instead. So basically, sorry, another variant. So here's the Earth version, the Shockwave, looks like that. But we don't need it, we can just go for the Greater Polarize, and that one is really good to do boss damage with, at least. So it kind of gives you a good package of AoE and single target, because it has this split damage, and like this you actually burst down bosses relatively well, even though you're playing Polarize, which is usually a bit of a problem of this build. So yeah, because there's this hidden earth tag, you can see I have not that variant selected, and I still have the nature magic and the earth here. That is thanks to the user and horror aspect. So you want to have that either on the boots or on the neck. And then on the neck, you can get the other aspect here. I have the anger management that gives you perma berserking. So that is optional, I would say. There is also the option to go with Blood Mad Idol to get berserking, for example, which is just like a really nice buff to have, and is also a very powerful charm. So you can actually, you know, have a few adjustments here. You can also equip that amulet even if you really want. It's actually a pretty good amulet for this build, because I just have some random aspect here. So if you get a really good roll, that is also an option to give you this. And then you can maybe change this aspect here with the Coolian tuning prism. But yeah, either way, I think berserking is nice to have. And then you have this use on horror package there. Then we have a bunch of extra offensive aspects. So the followed path aspect is just like 60% multi. There could be other stuff like Edge Masters also works, for example. We have Crushing here, which is like slightly better. I put it on a neck. But again, there could be a different neck, a unique neck even. You can even put Banished Lords if you really want or something. If you stick, for example, a bit of extra overpower, which is a thing. So there is a few options here because this is nothing really crucial. Now let's talk about the crit real quick. So you saw here we have the Fractured Runestone that gives you this crit damage, and in general you want to try to get a 100% crit chance, which is extremely easy thanks to the Basilisk. So with the Basilisk, everything is a crit basically, because petrified enemies have a plus 100% chance to be crit, so you don't need any crit chance at all, unless this is like an absolutely terrible roll. So you can try to improve that roll a bit with the cube. If you have like 92 plus or 93 plus, you should probably be at the point where you never not crit basically. So you don't need a perfect roll. And on top of this, once you have a petition, there's actually extra crit chance here, like you actually have way too much. And this synergizes with the earth set. So here we have this fossilize effect, and it's also the main reason to run this Basilisk. So what this does is that as you hit enemies with earth skills, you would fossilize them, and at 4 stacks, so after 4 hits, they would become petrified. And this is a petrified from your ultimate. This is also why we spec into it. So we kind of ramp it up because you get extra bonus crit damage here. You can see this when I take points out. It's like 1.5 per point. So you kind of just get a lot of crit damage from that. You can also profit from this even without any points in it, because just like that, when you have extra earth skill ranks, and also the baseline effect of it gives you something at least. So there is, for example, the option to go Grizzly Rage, but I didn't like playing with it. And it also has this downtime and this like Feast and Famine playstyle, so I decided, nah, you know, we have the power of Resolve this season, so let's just do this and have some fun. And with that, we have Perma Petrify on every hit all the time when we combine it with the Basilisk, basically. So we don't have to actually ramp it up, and it's kind of the problem of playing with Lightbringer, for example. It's slower paced, because you have to ramp up this Fossilize effect, and then slowly petrifies them. And then you get this 5-piece bonus, which says that once they are petrified, then they absorb the damage, and then they explode for 200% of the amount absorbed. So it's basically a ×2 multi, and that also applies in AoE. So when you have like a big pack stacked on top of you, for example with the Godslayer crown, everything's getting pulled in, they all explode and deal giga AoE damage to them, to the entire pack basically. So this is ridiculous when you go into higher tiers, but also thanks to the Godslayer crown, I just walk in, I do one blast and the entire pack explodes, including the elites. So that's kind of the idea of this. And the single target is relatively solved thanks to this split damage here, where you still have relatively good output because you have this extra 400% there. So it's a really good combo, and this is why I really like playing with the Basilisk, because it just speeds up runs. I don't have to do multiple hits to fossilize and petrify and then go kaboom. I just walk in and the first damage instance already petrifies them, because that's what this weapon does. So even though it doesn't have this multiplier on it, it does save a lot of crit rolls on the gear, and it also gives us a way faster paced action. And yeah, that's just kind of fun to play with it. Yeah, this is how that set works. It's a bit weird, but once you get used to it, it's actually really powerful. And once you understand, okay, you have these weird pops where sometimes the boss just dies on 60% instantly, like kaboom. This is kind of how that works. And don't be surprised about it, basically. You have these really big explosions, and sometimes it looks like you do no damage at all, and then they go boom. So this is a set, basically. Yeah, besides that, this kind of does for the setup here. There is one other thing though, which is the resources, which is Tibalt's Will. So I have this to solve all of the resources. It's very easy to get unstoppable on the Druid because of the Bulwark. Bulwark triggered by the rune here. Every 5 seconds we get it, and it gives you unstoppable for 2 seconds. So you have perma Tybalt's Will just on the rune setup and this node here basically. So this just triggers automatically. There's just one node here, which is that when you do a level transition, the timer of the Nago rune will reset. So if you go from floor 1 to floor 2 in a pit or something, there's like a 5-second window where it just doesn't trigger, and you might actually run out of resources in that 5 seconds. But it only happens when you have the lightning storm running. So you see this here, I have like this lightning storm going. This is permanent now thanks to the Hero of the Storm upgrade. And this makes it like a toggle. You can turn it on or off. And this doesn't really do a lot of damage, but it's there to give us lucky hit procs. In particular, one of the Paragon nodes gives us the Constricting Tendril poison proc here. So this says nature magic skills have a chance to poison enemies. And you kind of care about poisoning them because you also deal 40% extra damage to them. This is actually the main reason to do this whole Lightning Storm stuff, because there is just no other Paragon board that we can use that would help us here that is like really great. You need to have some sort of poison in your setup in order to do this. Now, before Tybalt's Will, this is definitely going to be a struggle to manage the resources. With Tybalt's Will, it is still requiring you to invest a little bit. So you see, for example, I have a resource generation roll and a resource cost reduction temper on this ring, and that kind of does the trick. There is also the option to leave out the Lightning Storm, and you can use 2 other skills to do this. One is the Blood Howl, so you can do Blood Howl and then the Berserking Howl. This also guarantees Berserking, so before you get that combo going, you get basically poison damage added to your attacks and that buff, which is kind of neat. And the other is, for example, the Poison Creeper here. So there's also like this Poison Aura here. So you can activate that sometimes, but it won't be as consistent. The Lightning Storm is just kind of, it just keeps going forever. It just produces lucky hits around you. It also, for example, pre-vulnerable applies the Exploit glyph here, which is on the first instance of damage, you get the vulnerable effect. So basically you walk into the pack, they're already vulnerable before your first slam. So it's kind of nice to have that kind of package here with the Lightning Storm, but it's only feasible once you actually have a Tybalt's Will and you invest into resources a little bit. Before that, it would probably just not run the Lightning Storm basically. So just kind of keep that in mind. But Tybalt's Will is extremely useful. That's the TLDR here. With a bit of resource investment, it gives you infinite resources. You also have Energize to kind of help it out a little bit as well. So in large packs, we will have infinite resources anyway, and even on bosses, I can sustain this. And you never have to think about triggering the Tybalt's Will because it just does it automatically from the Bulwark. There is another trigger, 2 other triggers actually in this build. One is the Trample. So there is a werewolf version of Trample here that makes it a leap instead of a rush. And that is it's pretty nice. So you just like jump around like that. And that also has an unstoppable trigger, so this is an alternative way of doing this. For example, when you go through this level transition I mentioned, you can just start with a leap, and you will have your unstoppable. You don't even have to have the Bulwark on the bar. And the other one is the Jar rune. I have Igni and Jar, you can do Buck and Jar, whatever works. And like this, you can get a brief unstoppable that also triggers Tybalt's Will. And it's extra mobility. So you actually have 4 different mobility tools, sorry, 3 different mobility tools here. So one is the leap, one is the Jar, and then there's also the Shred. And so the Shred is a targeted ability. It works a bit better on controller than on mouse and keyboard as far as I know, but it can jump like roughly half the screen or so into a pack basically. So, you can finish a pack, teleport, jump, and then you see a guy and you jump into the pack and you start blasting. And that's kind of how you play this. The Lightning Storm just kind of keeps going. Just make sure you turn it on and off at the start of a run. And you never really press the Ravens. They're just kind of there to extend your vulnerable application a little bit. Since the Exploit glyph has a downtime, I just have these Ravens in here to give me the Nago rune, and we also have the passive vulnerable here, so that's just there. But you can also go for other options. So if you solve your vulnerable another way, for example, or you're okay with that downtime, for example, the wolves are not bad, they can give you up to 40% attack speed, and there's a bunch of other stuff you could do here if you really wanted. It's just a relatively optional thing. And that kind of sums up the setup here. So this is how that works. There is obviously some adjustments to make, and here's the Paragon board. You can see the different steps. If you are interested in that, you can follow this along here with different Paragon levels. We have the mercenaries, the skill tree, everything is there. And you definitely have to play this a little bit different. It's like a starter variant. I didn't make like a leveling build now or something like that. But again, check out here our Druid guides, for example. So here we have a polarized leveling guide from Danger. There's also the polarized endgame guide. There's like probably a bit more powerful version with the Lightbringer and so on that I mentioned at the start. I also took his Paragon board, for example, and did a few tweaks. But yeah, this is also like in a very good setup here if you want to go for a bit more kapow route. But yeah, this is my polarized guide for now. Let's see what else I'll be cooking on the Druid. I had a ton of fun of it so far. I'm thinking about maybe something like Lacerate, maybe some Tornado. I'll see how this will go. Not 100% sure, but for now, yeah, this was an absolute blast and had a really smooth progression. So hope you enjoyed this, wish you good luck, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Bye, YouTube. Okay. Yeah. What did I do here?
You know where to find me.
We're gonna blast a little bit more, and then we're gonna try respecking. So I can do Earth Spike. We should be relatively close to this setup, and I can probably use most of the same stuff. Actually, I can probably do this. I think I can probably do all the same stuff here. I also need to do Mephisto, I guess. Mephisto on pull with Basilisk. That's gonna be kinda hilarious, actually. Shred or Pulverize, that is a question. I had a lot of fun here with Pulv. I'm not sure how Shred is. How's Druid feeling? Pretty good.
Chart the course. Where do we strike? Go. I will see you again.
You know what? Fuck it. Tornado Dream is dead. Maybe I'll try it and see if it feels like really bad.
Bring me a challenge next time.
Why they patch the house boss or shrine farm method? I don't think they did. What do you mean? Did they patch that? It was no longer respawn. Has anyone else noticed this? Oh, I can do Rust Bitten, holy. Ignija. Do I need Shred? I don't need Shred. I think if I go Mephisto. Hi, Hala. What is the best class of minions? Necro or Druid? Well, you might be surprised, but the answer is Barb. Okay, it's like plus 7 million toughness, like 15%-ish. Not bad. 81% bonus all res, what the fuck, man. How can you have minions in part? I have like an archetype of skills that is based on summoning ancients that also attack, basically, together with you. And there's like a minion barb build. Barbs are pretty cracked right now. Okay, anything else you want to do here? Get the bone. I guess we don't need the exploit glyph, yeah, if we have our ravens. Sure, I guess. Just gonna swap this over. What the fuck is this doing here? I think I might keep the Jar Rune actually. Jar Rune might be kind of handy. I mean, what else can I do? Already Giga tanky anyway. It's basically like luck or something, and that's it. Mod and luck. It's only defensive runes basically that you would care about, yeah. Warcry, 7.5% damage, let's go. Huge. I don't think so. Oh, we're pumping him, man. What the hell? And are we in T12? Apparently. Okay. He's getting blasted, man. Okay.
You want the truth, what I am. Let all illusions burn from your minds.
It's a very short fight, man. Damn. Druid, charge. Okay. I didn't expect to be that good boss damage, man. Kinda crazy.
Wake up.
My bulwark is already there. Yeah, absolutely shredding him, man. What the hell? That was crazy. Okay. I look at the stones now. Danger thought us about this. Okay. Oh shit, I still had the wrong scene here earlier. The YouTube recording, I saw this. Okay, anyway. Wait, did you have game sounds here? You did, right? This is with game sounds. Okay, that's fine. What did I get? 0 mythic. Cool.
You know where to find me.
Anyway, I start blasting. Wait, did I change anything else? It was the glyph, right? Well, good thing I didn't level 8 completely for nothing. I could kill Mephisto slightly faster with the Fang and Claw. Woohoo. Earth Spike next. Yeah, I guess I might try some Earth Spike. Maybe just cook it now. It shouldn't be that different anyway. I can probably reuse a lot of the same stuff. Maybe even the Basilisk. I mean, I have this resource here, which is like not required now, I suppose. So it might be a bit wasted, but okay. I'm not sure if I need Pain Gouges. But I can put that as a charm worst case. Maybe you can like run basically the same setup and see what happens. It's a good human druid build. No, it's not. Humans are forgotten. Again. Okay, we didn't actually change much, right? Just this one skill to a Hurricane, because they only shared in this fight. We didn't change this. Oh, we changed the gems. Okay, let's do that. I guess you need to make new boots, because using horror doesn't help us here. Could be a variant for humans in form of plants, like in PoE, if I have an element for every form. Nah, I mean, like, the human stuff is basically like the caster stuff, right? Here. So technically these are all humans, but then, you know, like the storm stuff is also wolf, and the earth stuff is also bear. And then usually go for wolf or bear. Like, the bigger problem is that you just have way too much, like, scaling synergies for these forms, especially bear. And so whatever can be a bear will be a bear, because it's just numerically stronger. And there's like nothing that the humans have really going for them that would scale up to a similar value. And even then, you don't just want to like look, okay, what is the higher number, right? But you also wanna feel something special about it, right? They tried to do this a little bit with like the form bonuses, like the bears are a bit more tanky, and the wolves are a bit faster, and the humans have a bit more resource and cooldown. So that is kind of going in the right direction here, but it's like just a very small distinction in the end, right? So it's like not enough to really make a difference when something is just like way stronger in terms of raw output. Yeah, I put rubies, and also actually these days I put like 1 diamond, 1 ruby, 1 topaz, because fire and lightning are kind of the 2 most dangerous elements basically, so you're just gonna be most protected against those. Yeah, like double diamond, 1 ruby, or ruby, topaz, diamond is usually what I do. Yeah, and for Mephisto I swap to Skull and Amethyst, Amethyst. Okay, we're gonna cook our spike maybe and see how it goes. I'm gonna be a few minutes though, real quick. So it's gonna put us up here. Oh, HPT. Das ist in 9 Dimensions. There's a warpline node. Let's try Earth Spiking. We have 3 helmets here. With maximum resource and resource generation. Fuck. There's cooldown. Impairment, Fortify. Ugh. Pain, actually. We don't have cooldown for now. I have to test a few things first. Okay, now important note, guys, when you save a build in the armory, you have to take out some points like this on a druid only. So the reason for that is that these form nodes here, they count as an extra skill point, even though it costs nothing. And the armory bugs out if you don't have enough points available. You get a mythic goblin on normal difficulty. And it didn't drop anything, I guess. What? Where?
I'm here if you...
That was fun.
In 9 management, I got me a bag of spark and a few runes. Ah, interesting. They found mythic pranks on normal. That's crazy. Oh, Ticer. Thanks so much. Oh, das ist tough. Ich versuche jetzt gerade noch das Set her. This looks like 3 hits there. So I think Pink Horses only works on the first. Plus 4. Yeah, we can get 3 hits. So Pink Horses is not a thing, I guess. Or maybe it is. But you have overlapping hits quite a lot, yeah. That's for 3 hits. 3, 2, 2, 3. Yeah, so I think Pink Horses is not really it. $25 increased damage and restores one spirit. How is this when I try to hit behind him? Okay, it just explodes on the first target. It's now launched as a projectile. Mhm. This effect expires in 5 seconds. I don't think this even works with this. Okay, I see like one thing there. So I guess the only option we have is this one here, Mega Lifestone. And 75% extra damage. That seems pretty good. No ping gorges. You don't need Tybalt, so we can do Tybalt's pants and we can do I don't know what actually. Like any chest you would care about. Triple jump chest? I don't know. Could do this, yeah. Go faster. Tybalt's is still a 20% damage upgrade, I guess, but that's about it. Was that 12 GA ring from transfiguring? Yeah, transfiguring and a whole lot of exploiting. Okay, we keep this. We keep that. Keep this. Can put Moonrise, I guess. It's just a better aspect. Anything else you would like to imprint? It's all power, that's kinda nice. I didn't check if this can be a charm actually. Maybe you could still run Perdition Charm. A Perdition Helmet code. Hi Annie. It's a warm day in the jungle. How hot is it? It's actually very, very nice today. Can't make this a charm. Okay, we need movement speed actually. I like your movement speed here. We need new boots anyway, I guess. Do I have fun with GA movement? Can do this maybe.
Step up to my anvil.
Want life and res. Or maybe life and armor is fine as well. Ah. Okay, wait. My transmute hit 8 quality. But don't worry, we're getting there. There's a little bit more grinding and we're also gonna have 12 GAs.
This should be interesting. So sieht das ja. Yeah, which of the movement speed is more? This one is 30 and this one is 31. I think it's 24 and 25. So you're actually gonna put the masterwork here on the temper. Okay, 186, that's fine. Okay, pants now with Earth Spike. But they are already legendary. Okay, we can try this, I guess. From creation, destruction.
How do you figure out the Diablo 4 new expansion so fast? Well, I've been sitting here for 400 hours with that purpose.
Yeah, I mean, it's like 3.5 weeks now.
Greetings.
Let's say 6 hours of sleep a night, 1 hour downtime. So like 16, 17 hours a day for 25 days or so. Yeah, it kind of checks out with 400. What the hell? It rolled like 3 times the willpower. It's actually very annoying. Oh my god. Like, I can't hit the willpower and change it into anything else. Like, every time the cube does something, it needs to change the aspect, the affix to something else. But, you know, I already have the category of skills blocked. And then it hits the willpower and you can't put the willpower into anything else. So it just fails. It's a bit scuffed. You should just like know and then force the roll onto the right stat. But I can't get free to Earthspike, man. What's going on? There we go. Just complain, guys. Uh, 950 iron power does not exist. 900 is the highest and they have quality. So Glyn.
Brings you to the ancient isles.
Let me send it. $99 all stats. Okay. Okay, so what is this chest called? Trample chest. Oh my god, man, these are terrible. Whoa. Whoa. That's rough. It was just not that hard to get if you use the upgrade to unique in the cube. Try that. Do like, you know, Opal Dungeon, Gamble Pants, and upgrade. Depending on the class, is like a 1 in 5 to 1 in 7 or something. Okay, my toughness is definitely a bit scuffed here. Both my helm and my chest are kind of scuffed. So I'm gonna try to improve that later. Not sure where these items will even drop, but I guess you can go for like a boss session.
Just do it yourself. Always. Okay. What about his helm? Send it. 2 quality. Sick. I'm not sure about the scores there. Crown. What should I put here? Okay, we have Exploit again. We have all the same stuff. We have an Earth skill again. We have Werebear again. Okay. 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 We can run a Lightning Storm, but we might not even need it. Maybe it's irrelevant. We could do Cyclone. Soulbill movement. We have triple leap now. If it's triple, it might be double. I hope it's triple. Actually, I haven't tried it. We have to shred. We could do double auto cast actually. Lightning, Storm, and Hurricane if you really want it. There's Weaken. There's Speed. Maybe we want to go Pain Gorgeous anyway, just for better clear. I'm gonna try this. Maybe gonna go for Hurricane as well. It could be something. Let me just put in the Tibalts again. Even without the Earth Skill ranks, it's gonna be good enough to try, I think. Okay, I have to put something here. We have extra damage against vulnerable. Actually, we have the aspect that makes storm skills apply vulnerate, so that'd be kind of nice. It's kind of sick actually. 15 DR and Ferocity. How much attack speed are we at? Okay. Yeah, so instead of ravens, you go wolves.
Fate must have plans for you.
We have another way to apply freeze, but those are good or bad for the signet. So the wolves are good for clearing, but on the boss you need to make sure that the final CC that triggers the stagger is a freeze of your own. It cannot be anything else. Oh no. Give low attack speed, man, holy. And really? 25? 65? 85? Where's that coming from?
Okay, 20, 60, 80. Yeah. We don't actually need a G. We have like 5% attack speed too much, but okay. Oh my god, man. You can do only one extra jump. That's insane. Even with like capped attack speed. I thought it was a triple jump. Fucking debated. Oh my god, dude. Even on a very small jump. Grass a diamond mine. I'm not sure if the socks want it though. Maybe. That is some wild shit here. Try the 45 on the Petrify. Why, Neko, we don't put any intelligence on anything other than uniques? Yeah, usually just kind of busy putting better stats there. And then usually transfiguration outcomes very often end up in intelligence or all stats. Most fun build so far. Barrage. Okay, so the Petrify doesn't actually work here. Okay, it's the Neo Q. Gotcha. Dude, maybe I should just put like another utility mod on the chest for extra damage. Exploiters. I don't need ferocity, actually I have too much. Okay. Is then a bug report about Petrify and our spell looked utterly broken in a bad way? And what's the problem? So I think for pushing, we definitely go with a normal chest. Just cleanse Anvil, and then the Explorers aspect would also help a lot with like the Signal of Pelgane and stuff. Honestly, nothing's really that crazy at all. Increase damage to distant enemies. Maybe you can do this, yeah.
You're probably gonna be distant most of the time. Retribution. We just put that. I'll try to get a chest though. Yeah, I'm planning to play some PoE. Dude, I don't have any chess pieces here. Yikes. I guess I could pick up the old chest, but now I can't because I transfigured this. Shit. I was too optimistic about what Insatiable Fury does, man. It's only one extra jump, man. This is so bad. Well, now we're stuck with it. Ah, movement speed. We actually need that, I think. What's my movement speed like? Yeah, well, we miss exactly the movement speed here, actually. Let's go. Okay. 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 Can we change our glyph? We have... This is only for close enemies. We don't need exploit though, so... I guess you could do Headhunter. There's Werebear for the R, so like in a post-Glint's Anvil world, this would be fine. He has Earth skills and increased damage to crowd controls and Earth skill damage. Meh. So I guess it'll be a Headhunter basically, the next best option. Oh, I may not have had the willpower here as well as earlier when I did Mephisto. Okay, here's basic attack speed, which I guess doesn't matter anymore, right? We are already capped. I think the resources are probably also not that important. He's hitting a dummy. Yeah, this is always the most intense part of gameplay, actually. Because I have to like fully focus, look at the numbers and all that.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Okay, let's just send a pit 100 and see what happens, I guess. Want another glyph anyway, and there's a Duriel. So let's test this. We're doing Earth Spiking. I have Pain Gorgers. I'm not super convinced of it. But it's a relatively high multi, so even if I hit on average twice and only get it once, it's not terrible. And it will help me with clear. I think my single target should probably be kinda good. I hope the next campfire will be extra lit. And it'll fix everything, yes. Guys are gonna fix everything, okay? Expansion 6. I need more resources. Maybe we're gonna put the Tibalt Soul back after all. I don't always want to double jump, that's the thing, actually. So I'll actually lose the jump as well. It's kinda scuffed. Should just be like 3 charges and like faster recharge or something for example. I think this will probably be a lot more comfy. Don't know about Regular Rules, but with Spirit Rules to trigger Pain Gorges. Yeah, you can do it with the runes. But you have Lightning Storm, so Lightning Storm just puts it everywhere, you see? It's not so much about triggering the Pain Gorges, it's more like, is it worth having the Pain Gorges? Even if I have it everywhere. But I think it should give me a relatively good clear, and that is nice. And it seems to go pretty fast, actually. This is decent, actually. Let's see how high you can go with this. Pace is good, though. Kinda similar to the Pope, actually. Yeah, maybe I would just put back the Tibalts, honestly. Then we don't have to worry about resources at all. We would actually get some rolls back here as well, like have resource and resource. I have like 2 pretty high investment affixes there. So it'd be easy 15% damage just from that. Tibalts is 20% damage. So those 2 together are already more than whatever utility mod I could put that would give me damage. And I would never have to think about resources. So maybe actually, maybe Tibalts is the way anyway. So 105. Any chance of tornado build? Yeah, I might try. I instantly play basic attack builds that don't even use Shard of Irathiel or something, or potentially not even Pain Gorger. There's some interesting stuff here these days. Start with spawning in the pit and having 4 elites on the spawn. Yeah, it's probably like some stuff they have to like fine tune there after map generation. Gotta be careful when you do resolve stacking though. Okay. Seems like that's really similar to a pull so far. But you're ranged. And not as min-maxed. And you have no effects. I like this zero. One sec. Okay. Man is gonna take over, guys. You got this? Exclamation mark build. Where is the build? Where is the planner? Okay. Man, I'm missing some bangers here. Okay, where's the Helltide? It just despawned when I came back, right? Actually, apparently the video is ready for the feedback. Okay, we posted the feedback video I made earlier. It's up on YouTube, guys. If you had any comments, you know, I wasn't really watching the chat earlier, but many people were here when I was recording it, I guess. So feel free to leave some comments, let me know. Alright, everyone. Oh, you got a sub as well. Miss Bombshell, hello. Just watch the transfigure weight. Not many people know this, but the blacksmith is a nice way to craft infinite weapons and armor for a good chance of ancestrals. Ah. Yeah, you can get these like items there, right? But are they ancestral actually? I thought they're all 850s. You mean this year? Wait, can you even get ancestrals there? They cost 20 souls a pop, man. That's pretty costly. I'm gonna try 10. That's fine. Oh, interesting. But would I want to spend 20 souls on this? I mean, it's so easy to print obols right now. Like each craft you do here is like -1 enchant. You can do it basically. Or -1 temper. Souls are so free. I don't know. I'm very scared to spend any of my souls. But it's relatively plentiful ancestrals actually. With a third. And a bunch of GS.
Step up to my anvil. That is Ascari craftsmanship.
DB your town 20 times for an obos run is very exhausting. Yeah, don't worry, it's gonna get nuked. It's all GAs actually. You're right. Interesting. Can you do this on lower torments? Well, yeah, on lower torments you won't have the souls for this, right? I mean, this inventory is 660 souls. That's a lot of souls. That's a lot of souls, to be honest. But if we just want to get something, I guess it's pretty decent. What about magic? Magic costs half, so this might be something actually. Right, you can just make magic if it has the same chances. Let's see.
That's it for that piece.
Seems like it has the same ancestral rate. GAs are a bit less. I guess it's because there's less stats. So you get less GAs. Because rares have 3 to 4 and these have 1 to 2. But yeah, I would say at least in a world where overall farm is giga nerfed, this is probably a relatively good way to get stuff for your cube. To just like, you know, full send for Transfigure or for upgrading to unique. Let's say I want to make Tibalt's Will, right? It's me on 30 souls. Yeah. Look, first try. The thing is, you can never get 0 affix items. You always have to remove affixes, so you're gonna run low on dust really fast. But if you just want to get the thing like in the moment, this is pretty good, I guess. Yeah, you can farm aspects as well. This is also pretty nice. I'm usually doing this from just picking up yellows though to save. I mean, it is still souls. And especially want to make some high-end gear with transfigurations and GA tempers. And, you know, when you have multiple GAs, you usually want to enchant and not cube craft. So you have to roll a lot of souls. Your souls can disappear pretty fast, I would say. Okay, I like it. Definitely a strategy. I didn't really consider this. Oh man, so close. Free to win share.
Mainlander, what brings you?
What about two-handers? Two-handers are 40. Yeah, okay. Okay, all the armor is 10. All the one-handers are 10. Two-handers are 20. Yeah, all the armor is 20. And all the one-handers are 20 and the two-handers are 40. Okay. How fast do you get souls when you farm bosses? Yeah, I mean, I'm also sitting at 23k souls and another 30k from Red Crystals, so I have a lot of souls now. But I've been also quite frugal over the last, like, 2 weeks. So just kind of slowly ramping up, basically. You spam a lot of bosses? Yeah, bosses give you a lot of souls, because the uniques are the main source of crystals and souls. Yeah, if you spam a certain boss, then for sure. I don't really spam bosses these days, though. I kind of just get my uniques on the way. So I guess it comes down to a bit of playstyle difference. And also, like, I make a lot of builds, I guess I generally am a bit more careful with my stalls. If you have, like, fewer builds, then you don't really spend that many, I guess. Sorry, how did here? This build. And some XP, sigils to farm more XP. There is a Forgotten Wisdom dungeon, but it's not that helpful. But you can do that. Most of the XP actually comes from like Helltide maggots. And there's also like the pit XP globes and the Undercity XP globes. Everything's like XP globes basically that really gives you XP. And this is not buffed by the Forgotten Wisdom buff, so it's not really that crazy to go for it. You have to like constantly turn on and off the Lightning Storm. I kinda don't wanna do this here, so I think we're gonna just put Tybalt's Will again. And we're gonna be chilling. Because you just have it permanent up. It just gives ping gorgeous and everything. And you spread the damage. Actually really nice and smooth build. I like this. Undercity XP isn't bad, yeah. And Undercity run is like 20 million or something. And the pit run, if you turn in all the globes, is also around 20 million. But the pit run is probably longer than Undercity run. It's pretty fast to do Undercity. It's better grind Helter for Paragon. Yep, Helter is the fastest. Rocks. Glad you dig the strat. Yeah, it's definitely something to keep in mind. I didn't really ever consider to craft the things there. And I don't think I will do it much, but it can definitely come in handy in the right moment. So, thank you, by the way. You say that now, Bonkers. These are big words. This early. What class is next? Please don't say Sork. But there's only 3 classes left, and one of them is Sork. So it's a 1 in 3, I guess. We're sending 108, let's say. Yeah, damage might be a bit lower than a Wolf on this build, but it's still chilling. Barb minion is too, but hurts my fingers. Wait, is it just so intense? I want to play a charge barb actually. And it has turned out to be a very good build after all, so I'm kind of excited to see that. Snail was cooking it like a few days ago. Without a guide even. So I'm gonna do charge barb, might try some double swing. We'll see. Iron Maelstrom. Well, maybe. Just macro it like every other human. I'm not sure if macro Biobor is really human.
Does the Spirit Regen node help not enough? I mean, this one here, but I'm running Prickle Skin. Prickle Skin is pretty good, I think. 15% after they hit you. And most of the time, you're farming, I don't really care, but if a boss just, you know, lives for a few seconds, he hits you once, it's a nice damage buff. Yeah, boss damage is certainly lower, I noticed that. Compared to Pulf. But I mean, we're still blasting for this 108 here. Oh, Blizzard bans macros. Well, yesn't. They used to, way back in Diablo 3. I got banned at some point. But that was like 10 years ago or something. So, yeah. Since then, they have not really been banning for macros themselves, outside of like some special cases maybe. So usually macros are relatively safe. I still would never really touch any again. Like I'm just like completely against it. But I understand why some people want to use them. And I think they do too, and they're kind of just cool with it these days. But yeah, I'll definitely forever do everything manually. It's also just like a better gaming experience, I think. Ah, shit. This was crit mode, this was wall mode. I should have actually not upgraded those. Yo, what? Okay. Good rings, yeah. I think I really want to do this anymore. We have the aspects we need anyway. We have crushing here and moonrise there. It's fine. Okay. Duriel time. Even Norfi uses macro. Wow. Yeah, I mean, macros are definitely way too widespread to really ban them, I guess, these days. But yeah. Back in the early D3 days, they weren't so chill about it. And I'm just like forever scarred. So I will never touch any macros. And also I just, you know, in terms of like, you know, I'm a very competitive player, right? And a speedrunner and all that, so I want to do it as clean as possible, basically. You know, macros kind of take away from the enjoyment of getting good, basically.
Step up to my welcome to my home.
Actually, I kind of wonder how a horde will go. I'm gonna do a horde voluntarily and see how that goes. I have to try Boulder now. I wonder if I should do Boulder with Basilisk as well. I'm just gonna do Basilisk anyway.
It's kind of strange to think about that I have like 2 separate damage echo mechanics. Are they even like working together probably? I have the stone set and the pain gorges, and I kind of don't trust it. I'm surprised to see that there's no infinite damage block. At the very least. Yet. It's possible to run Apocalypse without Flashlight Carapace in order to improve survivability. I mean, it is possible for sure, you know, the build is very powerful and you just decimate T12 anyway. I was running with an Endurant Faith as a charm, so you can just put it into Flesh Rid as a charm. And then equip another chest. So that's an option, yes. I would have saved my character. But yeah, realistically you should probably just try to like invest enough into defenses so that you don't have to do this. Be tanky enough. You know, get life armor, res, defensive runes. And one thing you can try is Bulwark rune instead of the prison rune. And then just press the prison yourself basically. Instead of the Sigil of Chaos on the bar. Bubble? Hello? What the fuck's going on here? There's no bubble. Okay. Well, I do get my glyph upgrades. What happened here? I will blast with a Spiritborn at some point. Which build is this? This is Earth Spike. I have a very similar setup to the Polarizer I was playing earlier. Everyone has the best leveling with or rock splitter. Yeah, Cat told me that is like insane for leveling and then it just like falls off a cliff or something. But it has like some flat thorns and that carries you, I guess, or something. You used to do that already, but I guess they might have changed the values now. Gorilla Skirt is super cool. Gorilla Skirt is like this big horns buff when you have many enemies around you, right? What build do you follow for a new pension bug of Rain of Arrows? I don't know. Not mine. Not anyone's on max roll, I guess. Is this bricked? Yes. Okay. You're welcome. Yes. Just like you find us funny, huh? I do find it funny. I love bricks. They're the best part, man. It wasn't before. What did it replace? What did it replace?
Miss my ranks.
Your ranks?
Life.
Oh, nice.
Let's show ranks.
I figured you need a new amulet. Yeah.
Let's try to replace the outfit.
Yeah, you did replace it.
I did replace the outfit. It stayed.
Ah, you mean...
It gave me the
Ah, you forgot the prism. You forgot the prism.
What do you mean? I kept rerolling it. At some point, it stopped rerolling the aspect, and it gave me. It replaced my ranks with life.
Did you run out of prisms or what? Like something must have happened. It doesn't just change. What the hell?
Why is it guaranteed that it always gives you aspect?
Yes, that's what the prism does. It rolls the aspect. That's,
I had like 7 of them.
yeah, did you take a break and come back and forgot to put it or something?
No, I don't think.
Yeah, something must have happened.
Keep pressing the transmute.
Unlucky. Dude, I'm fully decked out. 12 GA. Well, that's the total of my gear, you know. But you know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Look, 12. Can a speed farm Bob handle taking down Mephisto well? Yeah, it might take you like 3 seconds, maybe. Good enough, I guess. Yo. Sammy. Thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, dual cores would be nice for Rogue. Definitely gonna include that in my feedback. Thanks, Agora, by the way. Yeah, ODJs. Pretty sure Gemstring will win in every case. I mean, you could math it out exactly. But I don't see a scenario where Gem Strength doesn't win.
Good luck, mainlander.
Up Melon? Oh. Yeah, get him, Melon. Go. Get him. Let's try and see if we can do a hurricane and...
Kim?
Doggo.
Doggo? Come here. Where's she hiding? Henry. So sexy in your bear form.
Thanks.
Purple bear form.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel sexy in your purple bear form?
Insane.
Especially with the full bark here. You feel protected?
Yes.
What the fuck is this? Wow. Such a big number. That's what she said. Okay, man, I tried. Thank you, that.
It's getting bigger.
That's what she said.
This is Earth Spike Druid. Next step is to make 12 TA not account bound. We're gonna get there, don't worry.
Like a pirate with your brown teeth.
Nice. Yar.
Yar. Where's your rum?
No. In the kitchen, I guess.
No, it's in your PC, duh.
Very expensive rum. Now, I usually want to pick a specific weapon to get certain bonuses from your glyphs and from your last mechanic, Dave. I think most of the time it's gonna be 200 mace or polearm. We also proc Ancestor Guidance, so das I just realized. Oh, the Hurricane is actually not enough to proc Ancestor Guidance. Look. It falls off here. For like 2 seconds in between. Anything. Okay, but I don't think I want to do the Hurricane anyway. I just wanted to see if I can sustain it, and we can. Together with the Lightning Storm. But this is also with this ring. So what happens without the ring? Yeah, Watering is actually not enough. But the Lightning Storm itself? Yeah, it's just fine. Okay. So this wing is somewhat wasted right now with the Fractured Runestone. I need to get a better one. Druid. And this thing, Will of Stone. Big water. Okay. I need space. Got Mythic Seal from Sears. What? Okay. I'm gonna do any shred action here.
Up to my end.
Ah. Okay, it might be okay for a little bit.
Let's see Grigor a little bit. Where do you find loot filters? I have loot filters in my guides on Exile. You can check them there. Okay, that seems fine. First try there. He said you don't just put crit damage everywhere, spread it around, and some Vuln and rolls better. But normally you roll Vuln and crit together everywhere, besides the weapon which cannot have Vuln. But you want Vuln crit, Vuln crit, Vuln crit, Vuln crit, and crit. For like typical hit builds in a late game. But then the masterworks, you want to spread them out a little bit between them. That's kind of how it works. Two mythics. This is an Earth Spike build, but Lightning Storm is just there to help out a bit. Shall we try? I do some stock pre-identified. Yeah, I noticed this with the mythic tributes in Under City. 12 crit chance on the basilisk. Oh my god. Ah. Okay.
Step up to my anvil. I'll be here, swinging away. Mainlander, what brings you?
We need that one actually.
Back to it then.
Yo, Neox. Thank you for the prime. Got a mythic chance second portal now from the previous boss. You mean the seals? Nice. I was a rogue main in WoW, but I've also played some monk when I introduced it. It's like a twink, and in vanilla, sorry, in classic I played a hunter. I was a melee weaving hunter, was very cool.
I know I was like twinking on like all the classes a little bit, but like 90% was a rogue, I would say. Yeah, not a melee hunter, it's called melee weaving, which is actually the most DPS you can do in vanilla as a hunter. So you walk out of melee range, you shoot, you walk in melee range, you swing, you walk out of melee range, you shoot, and so on. So that was actually my playstyle. So it was like a near melee character, and that was like in some cases you can like rival the rogues and the warriors and stuff. Outside of like late game, like, you know, they're getting completely crazy with the raid gear later. But especially in the early raids, you are actually pretty competitive with that. And it's just standing and shooting is not close enough to that. And it's super fun too. I had a blast playing this. But it's very tough. It's like one of the hardest DPS rotations in vanilla, basically. Because I have to, like, you know, constantly time this perfectly while also like doing raid mechanics and stuff. Another layer. Using insane tables for all characters, lucky drop. Yeah, kind of. I mean, it has 10% attack speed triggered, armor, auras, physres, not bad. Even if I don't have the willpower, means that it's kind of nice. Okay, why did Zir just evaporate and Vashan is just fucking Giga Chat again? Why is Vashan such a Giga Chat, by the way? Like, look at this thing. Fight is already over. Like 15 seconds. But he doesn't care.
To break another flag.
Let's do one more round and see what I get. I got a bunch of films. I'd like to see an attended rabies or bleed or lacerate build. I think, I mean, bleed doesn't exist on Druid, but Rabies is a thing, and Parasite is also a thing, I think. I think both of them should probably be okay. Did they fix the portal bug or is it intended? It's actually intended. But I would expect this to get changed. Oh, glad I like the new build. Ah, Epoch even. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, I think they're both cool.
What is a fate? Back to it then.
Okay, Will of Stone. Let's see what we got. Wow. I would like cooldown and life, and then whatever. These are all pretty awful here. Impairment and max resource, I don't know. Like, you don't have adaptability anymore. He has life and armor. Maybe just take this and be done with it, honestly. That lucky it was cooldown would be perfect. Yeah, 4GA, but it's trash. I don't need those two stats. I mean, just the willpower and life is already something. But he has also armor. Look, it's 1% more toughness. Wow. Compared to this. That's actually crazy how little more that is. With an entire... Wait, how is that possible, man? The entire extra GA armor roll. And that is 1% more toughness. I mean, okay, it's a low roll in life. But still, you know? Crazy. Do we care about any lucky hits? Not sure, really, right? I guess worst case we can transfigure both and see. We have not really anything on this one. But we have cooldown. Cooldown is nice. What a jump. Do you want to like reroll the power? I don't think we care really. "13 quality."
Mainlander, what brings you?
Okay guys, we're making our first 12GA item, watch. Close enough.
Dude, what's up with the quality? Well. So didn't we get an upgrade? It's just a bit of toughness that we surely needed on this build. No life. Boah. Yeah, screw this.
We wish to break another's work.
The time spent wielding a basilisk. What can I do, man? I like it. Feels nice. The insta-petify. It's good enough for T12, so why not? Maybe on this build you wouldn't really care too much, actually, for basilisk. But it's still, like, guaranteed crit is kinda cool. So I don't have to roll any crit, and we don't have a petition. I guess you could do shard plus starters if you wanted. You get some crit there. That would be really tough to get enough crit here. This guy is beefy though. What's going on? Well, boss into. Wait, am I the right boss? No, what am I doing here? I don't like the Druid compared to other classes. Yeah, I mean, I always like Druid. Pulverize has been pretty fun so far. This build is also kind of cool. Yeah, I need some people here. Oh, someone is there. Greetings. Oh, Paladin Enjoyer, man. Look at that. Clash! He's gonna one-shot that boss. Wait, what is this? 7 resolve stacks. But 12 here. Sus. And a Griswold's Opus. This is why people keep asking me about Griswold. I guess Clash, it kind of works. Wait, what? Why not a shard with Rathiel? Wait a second. Where's the shard? Here's a Stardust. Wait a minute. Something is not right there.
W name, Dankaden. That was a cool name. Dude, which build do you think is more miserable to play? Clash Paladin or Maul Druid? My money is actually on Clash.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Okay, I wanted to do... what's it, Duel? I think Duel drops the ring.
It is done.
Oh, Monkas, I actually missed your message if you followed up about your league start. You cannot have a link to the build I'm running right now. Secret. I will not share it. And I certainly won't stream it to anyone. Or maybe I just didn't make any planner. Because I cooked up this build like 10 minutes ago. I need more damage. How to do this? Should at least try a Shadow of Arathiel angle. May actually generate enough spirit to sustain the shard. Wait, that's the wrong ring. Am I in the right place? What's up with these mythics? Oh my god, dude. Yeah, it's fractured, okay. Is there a chance for a build? There is a chance for a build. I can confirm. Oh. Druid is a full wind werewolf using Storm set. Nice. How's it going? But are you playing Winch here, or what are you doing exactly? Storm Strike? It's kinda sad they killed the Stormclaw build, man. I think Stormclaw was a cool concept. But it's just like... ditch now. Oh, he's actually out of range. Yo, Samuel, thanks for Prime. My crit chance right now, 6%. This would be kind of a disaster to unequip Basilisk Man, holy.
Polarized overpower is dead in season 13. Well, overpower that you already used to work does not exist anymore. So I guess the answer is yes. But I did have overpower in my build, and I was playing Polarized. And it was pretty good. So in case you missed like the last 20 hours of me playing Druid, you should just go back an hour and you can see how it is.
Your death will be swift.
Is all stacking as much of an exploit as Umbercrux? No. I mean, the result stuff seems unintended, but on the other hand, it's just like playing the game, right? You're not really doing anything special. Okay, some builds maybe go a bit out of the way to do the resolve stacking, but other builds don't, you know? For other builds, it's just like how you make the build, and this is part of it, and it just happens to be better than before. For Umbercrux, you have to do, you know, a very specific combo of things that would normally not occur outside of like some giga random scenario where someone puts together some weird ass shit and somehow has exactly that combo. Oh my god, man. Back-to-back Crux. Okay. Oof, it's time to get this runestone, man. They have armor and resource. I don't really want that. And the temper is also useless for me, so... Lightning bolts are very fun, they're almost the same as old Lightning Spear Sork. Dude, that's like the statement of the year, what? Lightning bolts are almost the same as old Lightning Spear Sork. Just listen to that, guys. The mythics are raining here, man. What the fuck? I got more mythics than rings I need. Glorious. Kind of funny how I'm actually losing resources, man. I should try to have a Rustbitten Dirk and see what happens. Dude, he was just about to pop. Dude, I saw the pop there. You saw the stones coming out? Oh my god, man. Yeah. Six husks for 1 kill. That's kind of crazy, actually. Why does the activity which give virtually 0 XP productivity? Yeah, it seems like they probably tested it in a way where, okay, we add some XP for just doing it, and then you don't have to do the wall plants thing, but then I guess they kind of decided, okay, we want everyone to do wall plants as much as possible. And I'm kind of okay with that idea that I have to go through the system to get my trees unlocked, and then, you know, I've done my duty, and I can do whatever I want. I think that is fine. But yeah, maybe they could like give a few more points or something for just doing the thing. I imagine there's gonna be a lot of changes to wall plants anyway next season, so we'll see.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
Okay, start rust bitten. I mean, 20 would be kind of crazy. But, yeah, maybe 10 or something. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you need a lot of XP to be honest, so maybe 20 is fine. Okay, that seems a lot better. Rust bitten. Holy moly. One ring. That sucks. Hi, Breaker. Well, if you're new to the game, I would recommend just enjoy the journey for now and, you know, figure out how to unlock torment tiers by yourself. There's no point to get boosted into high torment tiers when you can't do anything in those high torment tiers. Like, you don't get anything from that. You're struggling to find a free GA weapon. Well, spam all dungeons, gamble 0 GAs, transfigure them, get the gem strength. Stop caring about GAs is my recommendation. GAs are so 2024, man.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Spirit Necro is big fun. Yeah, it was super fun actually. I had a blast with it. Oh my god, man. What? Every kill is like a mythic, man. What's happening? Why is the bear purple? Oh, they refuse to sell us bear skins, so I do it myself.
Step up to my taking a bow. You know where?
$800 oh my god. Yeah, I've been doing it a bunch and I got like gem strength, I don't know, 10 times now or something. But never the modifiable, so yeah. And I think at this point I don't really care enough. Oh. Don't blink or it's gone, guys. Okay, we don't have Pain Gorgers, and you have Rust Bitten, so you get nothing. Unlucky. Yeah. Oh my god. Quick, guys. Will the loot drop in time before it closes? Find out in the next episode. Oh my god. Happy meltdown. What is that one, guys?
Back to it then.
Why is there 30 seconds window? Well, force us to hurry the fuck up, I guess. I don't know. Okay, can we do it, guys? Interesting that Belial just has the name Belial, but the Harbinger is the tormented echo of Harbinger of Hatred. God, that's very strange. And now he says, wait, what? Now he's called Belial Lord of Lies. Interesting. Look, there's the thing. I couldn't expect into it now and click the thing. Oh my god, man, so many mythics. Dude, at this point I can go for modifiable gem strength for my Shattered Vow. Should I just send it? What even tempo on this thing? I guess you don't need crit chance. Wait, does attack speed matter on the Spiritborn? Or do you just put a dot damage? I guess you just put dot damage, right? I am wearing the Will of Stone. Previously known as Tempest Roar. build is Earth Spike. It's very close to the polarized build. Do you have any other things I can put here? I have to think so. When am I playing Barb? Oh, we have like 6 days left until PoE. So I guess sometime until then. Go try a kill without Rustbitten Dirk and without Pain Gorgers. See the difference. Definitely a bit slower without the Pain Gorgers. Make or didn't great again. I tried. Too many bugs. Yeah, Orden will be fine once I fix it. It'll be okay, but yeah, for now I need to fix the set and the aura potency and stuff, which is like all not working well. And I also like that Orden is like a build that actually giga scales in late game with gear. So you can kind of get it going, you know, farm T10, and then, you know, if you really want to go all in and invest, then you can make it like all the way to T12. So that is actually kind of nicely done. Evan's Fury Paladin. I missed that from D3. Probably. They're kind of crazy that they didn't bring back the Holy Shotgun and the Condemn builds. And still not with the expansion launch. I think there's something there with the Paladins, but I guess not. Yeah, I think technically Sorg and Barbs are not really, at least, bugged in major ways. So they're just like ridiculously OP. Because Blizzard. And yeah, the 150 rogues are definitely bugs. And all the other 150 things are already fixed now. We'll do another build on Druid soon. Dude, I've been on this for like an hour. Still trying to get an item for this build even. Give me a break. Oh my god, man, how many Cruxes? Yeah, but so far was Barrage. Definitely gonna be playing more rogues. Dude, next season start, rogue, log in. 12 hours to Torment 12. That'll be a nice challenge. Hardcore Zeph. I'm not so convinced of the Pain Gorges. I think I should put something else there. Maybe I'm gonna put the ring there and just put like an aspect. Dude, Basilisk as a charm would be sweet, but I don't think that exists. That'd be really nice. Those are definitely modded. Yeah, you see they were tempered and masterworked. And a 4 GA Gauze drop. Well, enjoy your impairment reduction and life regen, sir. Vuln and life regen. Well, Vuln is actually okay, okay. Shit. Yeah, so the 12 GA ring is an exploit. You can add more stats than allowed, and then also do more transfigurations than allowed, and this is how they work.
Feeling lucky, Mainlander? You find your way back.
Okay, here's a 98% fracture runestone, so what if I do this? And get a ring. Now I could do Starless. Shard, Starless, no better than this, get an offhand. Starless is... Shard is like ×2. Then offhand would make it like a 60% aspect, would make ×3.2. ×3.2 is pretty big, but you also have to roll a lot of crit. I have to roll 94% extra crit chance. So this means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're not even gonna get 100%. I don't think it even can get 100% without petition. I don't know. Well, you also have the tempers, I guess. So maybe you can. But yeah, we give up like 20% attack speed and then 20 all multi. On roll there. Let's say it's like 7% per roll. Multiplicatively. Say 10% for the attack speed. And then we also do the insta petrify and stuff. And I still would not be anywhere close to 100% crit chance actually. I can get to like 60. With the big starters, let's say 75. There's like no extra crit here on this class. It's kinda rough.
Welcome to the Isles. From creation, destruction.
Okay, so this thing has kind of the stats we care about. Crit, Vuln, Fizz. We could have cooldown now or something. As an offensive temper. We just giga bricked and yes, posted in the channel. Okay. What did he do? Functional winter glass? Rip. I mean, poisonous. You got crit chance, which is not even such a bad outcome, I guess, but it removed the life, and I guess you kind of want that. Go again. Actually, I still get a lot of crit from Asus, right? Dude, Asus are actually nuts now with random stats. Oh, it dropped! Wait, I got 2 of them! What? I got 2 runes. What is happening? Holy shit. Rune from Duriel. I should have known it. Duriel. Holy. He drops it. What does it do? Absolutely jack shit. Outside of like 1 build in the game on Warlock. Maybe. Yeah, now we just need a Mom rune. Where do I find that one? Dude, how did I get 2 back to back? Is it actually just a Duriel drop? And I just never found Duriel or something? I had 2 in the same inventory. Look at this. Your minion or companion kills an enemy or dies. Dude, who came up with that? That is insane. It does work with bombardment and like killing your demons and stuff like that on a Warlock. So this is why they made it and then decided, it's kind of crappy to put like 1 rune for 1 skill on 1 class. Maybe we should delete that, right? And they were damn right. But somehow, here it is. And I got 2 of them. How did I get 2? Look at how many runes I have. Look how many runes I have. I have entire stacks of runes. And now we got this. I got 5 mythic seals. Companion Druid with Ur. Hell no. Dude, it's 10 offering on kill. Like, if you don't murder your minions, like, 8 times per second, at least, this is completely pointless. You know, this thing is just trash. For everything that is not bombardment, basically. Necro can use that. Yeah. You get 20 offering per second with service and sacrifice, that's insane. Wow. I guess you can use that, yeah. If you really want to wait like 30 seconds for 1 jar teleport, you can use that. Well, there might still be the old Bone Prison bug, right? Bone Prison used to count as a minion death. But I think even that wouldn't help you here. And I mean, who wants to play with Bone Prison anyway? So it's thematic with the Druid mobility. Let's go. Yeah, you say Dark Prison is the same, 1 class, 1 skill. It's true because the rune triggers a class skill, so yeah. And other classes don't really want to go for Dark Prison rune necessarily. But I guess there could be some applications on other classes. In pushing at least and stuff. But, every class has their own rune. And in some cases it's like universal enough to the point where you could think about using it on other classes. Like there are some builds that run a full rune for Frost Nova, or like a sick rune for the knockdown and all that, right? And I think likewise you could think about the Dark Prison on other classes. But also the thing is that on that class there is usually multiple builds that run that rune. Right? They like Crit Rune I've literally put into every single Warlock build this season, you know? But Ur Rune, it's only when you have Bombardment, basically. And even then you need to spam Bombardment. It's not just half Bombardment and use like the passive Bombardment or something. You know, that is not enough. You need to spam Bombardment. And then it's a good rune, yeah. Why so rare? Yeah, it's not intended to exist. This rune was taken out, but somehow it still drops. But only very, very rarely. And somehow I got 2 here. That's wild. Let's see if we find more. Shit.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Oh my god, dude. So it's cooldown instead of resource, and I can temper. No, otherwise it's like the same and doesn't have armor. It's like okay. I'm missing the crit damage, I guess. Don't break, please.
Gems to keep your treasures close.
Ooh. Okay, that's pretty juicy actually. You have to boss specific rune drop warpline node and Sturios rune. Oh, actually I do have it. It could be that this is where it comes from actually. Yeah, you might be right. I made him put it on Duriel because of the name. Maybe this is where it comes from actually. I mean it's very likely that this is no coincidence, right? I have this node and I was farming Duriel and I got 2 in one inventory. It must be that, actually. Yeah, I was thinking it must be like some random source that they forgot to disable. And there it is. It's probably this. Okay, we got the ring, but I'm gonna put it in the stash for now. I think we want to run Pain Gorgers, but another time isn't sure. On bosses, it definitely seems better with Frostbitten. And maybe a Fractured Moonstone plus a normal ring is just it. What else could we put, actually? Just get a Perdition Charm, no problem. Blood Mad, maybe? Wait, did I ever change the neck thing? You have to be looking. It does, okay. Yeah, okay, so there's nothing else. It's basically Pain Gorge or Frostbitten. And then otherwise the normal ring. Let's play the game again a little bit. Dude, I got 3 Cruxes here. And look at these Shot of Agony. Heraldic Charms and a Heraldic Seal. We're surely gonna get some mythics here. We have 16 of these. Dude, if we do like a Rhoda with like 100 runs, you're probably gonna get some mythic seals. Cope. I have 5 hours worth of cutscenes in my stash. Yeah, very cool. Actually, holy. Yeah, I kind of feel like you want to Pain Gorges. My clear just doesn't really seem it's the same. Sorry, which item are you looking for, Sess? We're planning to try out a shred build. I don't think I'll do shred actually. I think for something like pure wolf stuff, I'm gonna wait for some better days. Seems like they're quite undertuned. What I hear at least. And also just not a big shred enjoyer, honestly. I don't like the skill that much after all. Oh, patch notes? May 26. Apparently it came out like 2 hours ago. I already missed that. Let's see this. Tracking indicators, a bridge. Okay, some random dungeon fixes. Wall plans. Fix an issue where the amalgam of rage boss could be infinitely summoned in Nibunazons using certain wall plan selections. Fix an issue where a certain wall plan node could cause infinite goblin spawns. Wait, didn't they fix the Grim Favor thing already? I thought this already works. Fix an issue where multiple unique charms could be equipped in certain scenarios. Wow. Oh. Wait a second. Fix an issue where Dirge of Odium could start removing more than 10% max wrath per second. Oh. I might have to go back to the Lunatic. It's actually huge. Dirge of Copium is getting fixed. Are we gonna play Silic? Dirge? I hope they're gonna turn it off in town. If they turn it off in town, that would be ideal, man. You give up on your stash of Dirge. Well, it drops on Vashan, I think, right? Back to Vashan. If they turn off the Dirge in town, then you can play Silic with this. P2, let's go. P2 is next week. Ah, they're also fixing the tower artificer thing. Okay, they're fixing the ball lighting tooltip. Okay, so fixed an issue where the encroaching death debuff from Echo of Druid fight persists after dying and respawning. So Druid is like the only boss that has this debuff, right? Why? What the fuck? He's like this old debuff. Yeah, I don't think it's like a bad mechanic actually. You know, if it's like a long fight, you can make a mistake or two, but then no more. I kind of like the idea.
over this one.
Okay, let's try to go back to Pain Gorgers. It's kind of good. So either you get a good Pain Gorgers and you equip it, and then put a Fractured Runestone as a charm, or you get a good Fractured Runestone and then equip a normal glove and put a Pain Gorgers as a charm. I guess either way works. Now the question is, which one would be better for bossing? I guess giving up the Pain Gorgers is better for bossing. But okay. Okay, let's do a Horde. Oh, 7. That's Tessos. He got clapped, I guess. Go again. Well, you can clearly take him down, so good luck. So I can go back to my Lunatic Warlock and actually enable the aspirational variant with Dirge. Maybe I'm gonna try it out. This might just be how the build is played now. Dirge plus Seed, double resource scaling. It's pretty good. I wonder if I still have the next. But I saved a bunch of seeds, so let's see. I don't think I saved Dirge though. I have to check what I got on my Warlock. Maybe I have to farm my Shan a bit. We finished the original campaign, I got more requests, which I assume is Hater campaign expansion. Like the original campaign, and then comes the West of Hater campaign, and then the Lord of Hatred. The capstone is not really like a such a requirement right now. So if you want to play for the campaign, you can just finish the campaign basically. I guess at some point you might hit max level. So in that case you might want to do the capstones, so you can go to Torment. Torment is at level 70. And you can still continue the campaign in Torment basically if you want. You finish an evidence boss, can point to a random place in your world. Yeah, there is still some bugged dungeons on the escalation that port you to like a stronghold that you haven't completed. Which stronghold was it, Tom?
actually get Bartok and the Talisman chest. Let's go. Let's see a butcher. Yeah, it's kind of beefy. Finally found Echo hated at paragraph 227. That's actually on the lucky side. Fixed in Asia where barbarians could continuously shrink and grow back, while the session has surely Tarzan instead of the crit. What is happening there? There's the one where you get colossal and stuff, right? Is that one? You had a nice Elder wave, yeah. Elder is kind of enough. If you clear Elder wave fast, you get enough for Bartok. And then potentially even the chest. Okay, that's funny, I guess.
Taken apart. Left it down.
Want to level any glyphs here? I have 109. Let's try Pitter too. You cannot get plus all skills of the Tuning Prism. It's just no category. You have to roll it. But what this means is you can make a neck that has the number of affixes in each category that you want to have later. And then kind of block a bunch of stuff, right? You can block, for example, resistances and elemental mods. So one defense, one offense, and then, I don't know, you're gonna have crit damage or something as the last mod, right? And you block as much stuff as possible, and then start rolling. Actually, I think this is how you have to do it. So you block res, the secondary res in particular. You block elemental, and you block skill category. So this is like the way to block the most things. And then the fourth stat you roll until you get all stats. All skills. I think that's the way. And there's not gonna be that many options then. I'm not sure what's the weighting, but at least you're gonna block out like 70% of the options or something. I should try making one of these. If I have a build where I really want all skills. I wonder how hard it would be.
The point is I need to have like a GA of something I want to block. And I kind of don't want to have that GA at the final result, right? I don't want to have a res, I don't want to have a skill category. So the only GA that would be like not terrible would be like elemental. I think that is not great. I don't see this actually. How many possible roll outcomes are there? And also like after that it's actually extremely easy to craft the rest of the deck. So many, man. It's like an entire inventory, I actually can't pick them all up. What the fuck, man? Sound is very funny. What if you have a modifiable bow of 305 gem strength? Well, I guess that's your weapon. Congrats. There's not a super strong reason to go crossbow. Ooh. The main reason is the resources. So if you manage to figure out the resources, then the bow is just fine. The Obol unique situation. It's a funny situation actually. What the hell? Okay, so let's see it. Ah wait, it's kinda scuffed. Do you have any amulet I don't really care about? Yeah, they're all kind of big amulets. Merle, I need a Merle. Yeah. They said there was a fixed an issue where Merle spec wasn't dropping as much as intended, but it gave me a full, more than a full load here. Okay, let's see, so... Here's a res. Here's an elemental mod. So we're gonna try to roll all skill ranks. I wonder how hard it is. It's a 0 GA neck, which is not great, but if you really want all skills and maybe another skill category, you put elemental damage, you put single res. We put ranks, and now we put one random mod. Actually, we can just add affix, because you have a chance of actually rolling the all skills without any prism. And now let's see how many options there are. Still quite a lot, but yeah, we're blocking all the resistances, we're blocking all the elements, and we're blocking all the skills. And still a relatively large list. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18 different outcomes. And I suppose all skills is relatively low weighted. But assuming equal weights, it should pop up every 10 rolls, and then it's a 50-50. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So 37 rolls, you get a +1. 18, 19, 20. Not sure if there's like an unlucky or unlucky side. I guess you could try another deck and see. And now let's, imagining this is 2, right? Let's just assume it's 2. So now you could go back and then you would craft, your 1 offensive mod into whatever you want. Crit or whatever, right? And then you would go and craft your defensive mod into most likely live. And then you would go and craft your skill mod into... you could even craft it into willpower and then get your vuln plus crit combo or your vuln plus dot combo, because it's offensive as well. So you can actually go the typical like vuln crit live combo with the skills, basically. Or you keep your skill ranks, depending on what you want to do. Let's try another neck. So you have defense, let's add 1 offense. We want to make that an element. There we go. Let's add a single res, we can actually do this. Okay, and now we add nothing. And this one we roll the willpower. 1, 2, wait. Oh, I messed up. We should have rolled the life away, so wait. This didn't count. So the life needs to be a skill mod. There we go. So we block the most stuff. Because if you compare this, let's say... Let's take this thing. Look how many more mods there are, right? There's all these skill mods. We block all of that. We block all of these res mods. And we block all of these elemental mods.
May you find your way back.
And now we roll to all ranks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, there, 18, we got +2. And now we go back and we just craft whatever we want. So now you craft your crit. 26 crit. And the thing is that the all skills is completely safe because it's not in any category. So any reroll will not touch it unless you do random chaotic or something. Dot. Big rabies build, guys, incoming. I guess you could save this for like a Sorg action, right? Although, are we gonna play Dot on a Sorg? Probably not, right? But the Sorgs really love the skill ranks. Is there like some sort of extra scaling on like the Sorg builds with skill ranks? I see they really want skill ranks everywhere. Not sure why. He has 26-1, for example. Now we do this. You get a good life roll. Yeah, so what is the power of skill ranks on a Sorg in particular compared to other classes? Like what do you get besides just like more skill damage? Or do you just get like nothing? Yeah, so now we want to roll the companion. Okay, so what you do is basically focus roll the skill ranks into willpower again. And now it's an offensive mod, and now you can touch it with the aggressive tuning prism and roll it into crit. And the one is gone. So now it's gonna be kind of tough to hit exactly those two. Actually, you could remove the willpower even if you wanted. Not, it's still yellow. There's crit chance and one, also not terrible. If you really wanted, you could even roll off the life now and then put another aggressive. So you can still do everything you want here. You just don't have a GA basically. I kind of want to try another neck and see how hard it is. So how many rolls was it? It was like 37 the first time and it was 18 rolls the second time, right? Has anyone been trying to roll for all skills? How hard is it when you don't do the strat? Just like raw dog rolling it. The answer, the current damage increase of correcting scales of skills. Okay, I see. That's why you want the skill ranks. Easy. How easy are we talking? Okay, we remove core. Actually, we focus roll the core. We got skill ranks. We remove attack speed. Great. Either you get it or you don't. Okay. Okay, we add a res. Now we YOLO.
What brings you to the ancient isles?
And we roll. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now it's at 20 million in roll. So we're like roughly 1 billion in now on 3 different amulets. And one of them into 45 rolls, 1 to 17, 1 to 38. So I want to get to 100 rolls. So in 100 rolls I got 1 all skills and 2 all skills. Now here's another question. How about you just like add remove with no prism all the time. Or you can remove whatever you hit that gives you like the least block mods, I guess. It's 50 to 100 times for your average for +2 skill. Okay. Hell no, Jimmy. And this last step, you transfigure all skills away. My souls, though. 100 rolls is 2.5k souls. But we are looking kind of good on souls right now. So now, for example, I could focus roll the ranks. We remove the agility thing. We focus roll the defense into res. I wonder what that is worth, because you're also gonna manually remove them all the time. I guess you can block one of them, right? If it was a GA mod. Let's take one that has a GA actually, right? Because you would normally do this like that. So that's the alternative, and it's gonna be a better neck, because you're gonna have GA crit multi, for example. Like that. So here it's gonna straight up just like lock it. Remove the resource. We focus this into ranks. We add res. Actually, you want to add res, or do we want to add offense? Let's do res. And now we just like add remove, basically. .5 crit. First roll, man. Without a prism. The hotkey is F. Let's try another neck. Because that one is kind of neat. Do I have another one? This is dot. Eh. I kind of don't want to roll over this. He did 100 million a roll on an item trying to hit all skills for science and didn't hit it. Yeah. Yeah, if it's like a finished item and then you try to roll it, oof. So if you happen to have like a GA that you wanna keep, and it's like in a category that is like protected, right? I guess usually you want an offensive GA, right? You want like a GA crit or a GA vuln or something on your neck. But you could get away with a GA that is like on the category that you don't touch, right? Like a GA life on a neck, for example, and you just don't roll it. The Petrify is from Basilisk and from the Earth set. Yo, smile. What's stronger, Divine, Lance, or Zeal? None.
This should be interesting.
Here's a crit damage one. So we're gonna add the res. We add the skill category. We lock the crit. And now we YOLO add and remove. And now for example, we would start using prisons, right? You would remove defense and hope to hit the armor. And then we just randomly add again. And now we remove utility. And we YOLO add again. And now we remove the offense. And we YOLO add again. So it's like not as much block as before. But it doesn't cost you gold and souls, which is kind of a big advantage. So I basically try to always remove the thing that blocks the least amount of mods. And try to YOLO add. Now we remove a defense. And then we always add without anything. So here I would like remove defense. Try to hit the auras. We're trying to remove the auras. We remove the resource. And we add. Remove the utility. And we add. Remove the resource. And we add. Remove. Oh, that's gonna be tough actually. We remove offense actually. Willpower is offense. And we add. Yeah, we actually very rarely hit the stuff they want. Okay, here I get rest, so now we remove defense. Try to hit the auras. Nice. There's one. Remove offense. Oh. I'm not sure what is like the best thing. I guess we remove the defense here, which is the res. Is there more damage types than resistances? I must be the same, I think. Oh man. Remove the lucky hit. We already have like a really good wall multi there, so if you actually hit it, it's gonna be a neck. Remove the movement. Remove the lucky hit. Remove the life. And now we have no choice, we have to remove this. Okay. Remove the resource. Remove the life. Remove the res. Remove the res. Remove the res. Uh-oh. Remove the crit. Okay. Remove the res. Remove the... Ah, shit. Okay, so in this case, I think I'm gonna remove core, because I still try to preserve the vuln. 24 vuln is nice. So I would like to not have to roll this again. Although we can kinda force it later, but it's gonna be like 50 rolls or so to get back to this. So now we're gonna remove core. And if it hits the ranks, we're gonna focus this one into ranks again. Like that. And now we add. Now remove offense. And it's gone. There goes the vuln. Okay, but at least we're blocking more now. Remove the resource. We remove the utility. Remove the res. Not sure how many rolls I've done now. We remove the defense. Probably like 30 or 40. Remove the res. Remove the resource. Remove the defense. Vuln is back. That's not great.
I think we're gonna do the same thing here. We're gonna remove core. It's a 50-50 to hit Vuln. Okay, we didn't, sorry, 50-50 to hit will. We didn't hit the will. We rolled the will into ranks and we go again. Because you have the all damage here, which blocks a lot of stuff. So I think that might be worth. Anyone remembers how much I had at the start? What science are we cooking up? We're trying to figure out how hard it is to get all skills. And if you can, like, actually realistically get it with some manipulation here. Okay, we roll this again. Must keep crafting. What is that, Silverta? Can you not use chaotic reroll? Tuning prison in a recipe, only focus on what you remove. Actually, we should do that sometimes, you're right. When we try to... Okay, we can probably do the chaotic. Let me see. I think it's actually it saves a click, I guess. I mean, the materials are like irrelevant, right? You have like infinite of this stuff. But yeah, I guess it's gonna be like one less craft actually. Yeah. Let me see, how much is this? So this is 15 raw, 1 refined. 15 raw, 1 refined. And add is 5 raw and 1 coarse. I mean, coarse is irrelevant, and raw is also kind of irrelevant. So it's just like one less click, I guess. Yeah, I think you're right. So we can just do chaotic. There's not really a difference here. So now we focus, roll the willpower into skill ranks again. We chaotic the resource. We chaotic the willpower. We chaotic the offense. Oops. And we chaotic the res. We chaotic this. Oh, the one. Sometimes it resets the recipe. It's kind of scuffed. My god, okay, we focus roll this again to ranks. We chaotic the resource. Yeah, so why does this happen? Maxi, yo, thanks man. Okay, so I think it removes the selected mod when I have no mod that the prism can reroll, right? So if this life becomes res or something, then it remains. And otherwise it's gone. Okay, yeah, this is a bit scuffed. So I think we're like close to 100 rolls now. And it's still like a 50-50 when I get it. It's kind of wild. Okay, now we have like a bit of a problem because I removed the willpower entirely. What? I put the resource prism? Wait, can I force a resource aspect like this? No way.
I haven't tried that yet actually, but I guess we might be able to. Just want to see this real quick. No, you can put aggressive here. 412. What? It consumes it. What? Really? That is wild. Wait, what? What about resource? Okay, so there's already a legendary. So you can put resource. Cannot add affix. What the fuck? But he can put offensive. So for some reason this thing is offensive. Wait, this is an offensive mod. Wait, what? This is an offensive power. Wait, no way. What? Oh no, dude. Oh no. What have I done? This is like a do-it-yourself petition, guys, okay? Oh god, delete this. Delete everything, guys. Cut. Nothing to see here, okay? Oh no. Shit. Oh man. It might be like specific aspects on specific classes, because I got 2 times the same one here, which is a bit sus. So they might have just like tagged it wrong or something. Right. Dollar store petition. Oh no, dude.
I wish the game. Did you have an offensive start in Fireballs in that helmet?
No, I was just trying it out. And now we have an offensive mod on the helm.
Did you try anywhere else, like pants or chest?
I don't know.
Yeah.
More loyal friends you will not find.
Nothing to add on Sorg. And maybe it's like a Druid thing. Okay, we shall go back to science, guys. Okay. Science has told you Q reroing for all skills is disparage. I mean, I'm down, I don't know, like 80 dust or something. It's definitely quite disparage. And I mean, this dust is, you can farm like a few hundred per hour if you try with escalation. If you giga spam material reserve dungeons and or escalation dungeons, you can get like 200-300 per hour. So it's not bad. The problem is it takes so long to actually craft the thing. I've been sitting here for like 10 minutes just rolling those mats. I can probably farm them at almost a similar rate actually, because it goes back and forth all the time. But I'm gonna keep trying anyway while we're at it. Let's just do it. So we remove, yeah, we chaos movement. Let's do it. We chaos life. We chaos resource. We chaos life. We chaos. Okay, hit. Okay, let's focus reroll this willpower into some ranks here. We kind of want to get rid of the lightning. F. Definitely crazy how hard it is to roll. Oh my god, man. The Giga Woln. I'm not gonna roll over this actually, fuck it. Somebody's gonna put it in a stash and it's gonna stay there. It's fine. Then we go in a sword, we put shock skills, and we're chilling. Fuck it. Okay, enough science, guys. Science has already gone too far anyway. Today. We have a utility ring and two-handed weapon now. Nice. Let's see. Okay, to legendary. Defense. Fuck it. Cannot add, okay. Mobility, utility. So you can't do res or core. Okay, we can do this. So that is allowed actually. You can put retribution here. Nice. Okay. It's fucking cooked. Okay. I guess the retribution might also be here, huh? Okay, resource does not work. Defense? No. Utility, it's probably like the same retribution mod again. No, it's like the fucking form bonuses. So I think the only thing that is actually relevant here is like adding offense on a defensive slot, right?
They can't all be winners, can they?
So that's like the only thing. Oh, a resource, yeah. No, okay. So I wonder if I get anything else power shifting. That seems like it's always this one. So it's probably just like some forgotten mod or something, and you can do it here on the Druids. So I guess every class might have some things like that. Yeah, you can just print this, look. Fucking cook, dude. I mean, this is extremely strong, right? I have a Tibord's Will, which is 20%. If I actually stack this thing up, this is like 60% damage. Is that like individual timers, or do I just have to shift every 4 seconds? How is that? You can't put a resource? Yeah, you can put a resource, and we'll get a resource mod. I was testing specifically something that is not the right category, right? I have offensive now. This is an offensive aspect of my pants. Nice, there's not even a buff indicator. What? Wait. It doesn't tell you. What the hell? Oh my god, man. I guess you can maybe see it here. All damage. Yeah, so the all damage goes up, but there's no buff indicator. And I think you have to like actually shift every 4 seconds. Like once. To maintain it. Okay, how about hello? Okay, hello Druid does not work anymore. What is either? Okay. Congrats to him, Exile. Anyway, I started blasting. Enough science.
Start blasting, guys. Let's go. I have to have our glyphs. This thing is 109. It's 114. Let's do a 12. Yeah, I think seed rerolling is buggy, and you only get the little mods for some reason. That's Miller. Ah, 20 is good. You try to make a build around Apocalypse Abyss Mines and have to counter raiders that can't crit and aren't skinning with dot either. Really? I mean, the not critting is definitely a bug, I think, because they are a hit, and any hit should be able to crit. And this is like a special mechanic, like you know, the damage echo, like ping gorgers or something. That is always like a byte number. But the Abyss Mines, they should just crit regularly. That seems weird. I can't say I've tried them very much, to be honest, so... yes, Mighty X7. It's bugged. You always get the low mods. So you can try to get your 6 slots here, maybe with like a good all damage or crit damage roll, but you can't really get the set bonuses together with that. You have to find that. Which build I'm enjoying more, this one or Divine Lance? Divine Lance is really fun, to be fair. I like the Druid so far, but I think Divine Lance is more fun. See a Blood Maiden. Can we do a Blood Maiden on this build? Oh, she disappears. You use a topic if you really want to YOLO an item every time. Nah, I almost never use a topic. I've done it like a few times on like good uniques that I was, you know, not really in the mood to refarm. But that's about it. Like a unique amulet that has like, you know, really good rolls or something. You're not gonna get that every day. So is it worth the roll of weapon damage or 2 inner weapon on lunatic? Yeah, weapon damage is not that crazy. But if you have a lot of like willpower, then it's like slightly better than willpower at some point. But only if you have like a bunch of transfigurations or willpower and stuff. Okay, can we do it? Let's see. Oh, close. That's my top 5 fairy builds. Multi-shot, pen shot, Divine Lance maybe? Lunatic. Yo, this is really good actually. Dirge. I'm gonna save that one.
It is done.
It's a bug where you can't craft some gems. Well, they said that we can craft them at the jeweler, but that's not true. If you're talking about the Horadic gems. Otherwise, you might be too low character level. If you're not 70. That's disabled because of crashes. Wait, what? Being my Zeal planner will be considered to update the Zeal guide. I'm not sure what Miko has been doing. I gave him my planner and said, you know, check this out. I'm not sure if he actually put that into the guide now or not or something. But I mean, you can just use my planner in the video if you want. Partial recipes for crude, shipped, and normal quality gems. Okay. Not too bad, I guess. Well, that's funny.
I need to try to make a Shard of Erathiel setup. A no crit Shard of Erathiel setup. Which kind of sucks because I have crit there and here, but I guess you can just try it for science. Actually, do we need crits? Yes, we need crits actually, right? Petrified enemies are stunned and take increased bonus crit. Fuck. So we kinda need the crit setup actually. Do you die if you don't avoid stuff like poison or explosion? Normally, yes. You get what you deserve. But this is resolve stacking season, so actually no. At least outside of Warlock and Sork. Wait a second. I need time. Keep forgetting this. Mythic tributes? Yeah, I can actually run out of time. Like here, especially in the floor 1, you have like sort of the time to get started. It's easy to forget that you have to kill the time dudes when you do mythic tributes. Only a balanced out PvE 2 with the new Diablo season. Sounds like a World of Warcraft coming up. Yeah, I mean, realistically, I won't be done with this season by the time PvE 2 launches, so I'll just try to do a bit of PvE, and then we have PTR right after, basically, right? I'm gonna be on a PTR and gonna be busy there. And then we're gonna go back to PoE sometime, you know, after PTR or after season 14 even. Right? PoE is gonna be half an year, so it's gonna be a long time. I haven't really fully decided yet how I'm gonna schedule everything, but yeah. Probably gonna play like one character now on launch. And then, yeah, more characters later, basically. That's probably the plan. And also, you know, it's kind of good to do like more later, like ahead of 1.0, right? Because I wanna like, warm up for the big launch. It's probably gonna be some big race and whatever. So I wanna be there. Dude, this timer is kinda wonka here. All this time, man. What's happening? Yeah, other defaults I'm trying this season. Yeah, maybe 1 or 2 more on Druid. Then it's probably like Spiritborn or Barb time, finally. It's going to do a bunch there. And then somebody gonna do Sork and the other class that I didn't do. And then maybe gonna go back to something like a Necro, do like a Mage Necro or something I wanted to try maybe. Wow, aesthetic. It's 214. Excited for PoE2 warm-up. Nah, I'm gonna be not very warm, to be honest, when it launches. I'm already kinda rusty, and now we also have like basically no time to practice, do anything basically, so let's see. And literally one day before launch we're gonna have the patch notes for D4, so I'm gonna be busy with that as well. It's a bit scuffed, but okay. I'm gonna do a slight warm-up, I guess, and just start blasting basically and make a build, I guess. I'm excited for some mercenary action. It's a 6-month league, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll probably do a bit of launch though. You know, launch is definitely fun and hype and stuff, right? So doing like one character now, and then I don't know, maybe in like a few weeks I'm gonna do another one. Maybe a few weeks after that I'm gonna do another one. So I'm probably just gonna keep returning, like, you know, here and there basically to PoE2, make another character. That should kind of get me ready for launch. If I manage to make like 5 characters or something during 0.5, I'll be kind of happy. Yeah. Like 1 to 95 or so, let's say. People Merc, I want to be on martial artist. Yeah, I heard I did some cool stuff with gambling, so I'm kind of excited for that. I mean, good luck with your gloves, guys. I mean, it's like a 2.5 minute, 114. This is kind of decent. Although, I have to remember we keep getting carried by Resolve a little bit. Change from 1 punch to lightning. Now, lightning is just optional here. Bosses are getting tanky though. Slowly. Oh my god, so many fails. Okay. Not good against bosses. I mean, if you swap in Raspit, and it was actually kind of nice on bosses. I was like killing Duriel in like a few seconds. But yeah, it definitely falls off a bit on bosses. It's also like, you know, it's a Pain Gorger build. So Pain Gorger builds are generally not great against bosses compared to everything else. But you don't have to run Pain Gorgers. I was actually running without it and was fine. I have a Pain Gorger charm right now. You could also consider something like Gold Slayer. Kinda wanna try. If I do Gold Slayer, how does that? I was doing this on Pulv, which is kinda neat.
Why is all damage multiplier not more sword than crit damage multiplier? Because they are different categories. You generally want to try to stack a little bit in every category, basically, instead of just one of them a lot. And you already have a lot of all damage because you have gems in your weapons, which is the same. Also, the numbers on all damage are just smaller than crit multi. So as long as you have the crit chance, crit multi is just way better. Privileged items. Oh, that's not chest. Did I set the wrong pin? Well, I'll say it does feel kind of nice for clearing. I should try a pit of this. With ammunition and a pit again. I'm gonna try 114 again and see how it feels. I think ours already doesn't do that much on boss anyway. So maybe it's just gonna be a Gold Slayer angle. I don't really want to do Opal Reserve right now, fuck this. I have so many. Oh no. And this one also rolls an Opal. Ah. Can't escape the Opals. Lunatic buff coming soon. Yeah, they're fixing Dirge. So I need to go back to Lunatic Warlock actually on patch day. It's in 3 days. So on Tuesday actually this time. I'm gonna be on Lunatic Warlock. I'm gonna try to prep it and see. That should be really nice, actually. The question is just, do we need Tibalts to sustain, or can we get can you get away without it? There is actually a thing. There's two things, actually, and they kind of go together. So, can we go with Varlock? Do I have? I don't have Varlock actually, I have the Agron, but we can go Varlock, get more maximum overpower, get more maximum resources on that. Then we can also refresh our resources this way, we don't have to do the balls. And the other thing is, you get more maximum overpower, then you can put a resource aspect that gives you a resource regen and more maximum resource, and that might be good enough to beat an offensive power. Because I have a lot of overpower on this class. Okay, you're gonna have, I think, maximum 8 overpower. So it might not be worth. I think it's 8 maximum resource per overpower, so that's gonna be 64 maximum resource. Yeah, there's gonna be some math you have to do there and check. But it could be something. Because Agrom is not
really quiet, I think. Like, what do we gain? Okay, we gain the Ensemble, which is nice. We gain 15% damage. And a bunch of little dudes. The little dudes don't really do much, I think. Yeah, maybe just like a Varlock angle. For the Dirge build. A good pair of tribbles is probably one of the rare items in the games. Yeah, 500B sounds a bit ultimate. I mean, a lot of builds want Tibbles, but also a lot of builds don't really care that much how perfect the Tibbles are because it's just a defensive item, right? So if it's like slightly scuffed, then yeah, who cares most of the time. So compared to like, you know, rolling something like a Pain Gorgeous with like triple offensive mod, crit Vuln or something, good luck. So Deluge is the aspect with the all power stacking and getting extra resources, yes. So I wonder if that could be enough to just like sustain the Dirge for the most part. Without going Tibalt's Will, right? I kind of want to avoid going Tibalt's on the Warlock. Especially if you don't even have like a good Unstoppable source besides the transformation Unstoppable. And you don't want to necessarily do that every 5 seconds. So Deluge aspect would then give you some damage on the maximum and some regen so that you can actually sustain that maximum. Oh yeah, the more maximum resources you stack, the more you need sustain on resources on Dirge, so that makes it kind of tough because it drains you more the more resources you have. So if you go at 500 resources, it drains you 50 per second, so you can't out-regen that really that easily. With Tibalts, yeah. And I think that might just be the way then. So maybe no Deluge and whatever, just go Tibalts and you're gonna accept you're gonna be a bit squishier, but the build is pretty tanky, so I think my Warlock was reaching like 7 million toughness plus the Torture Wretches, so it's pretty beefy build, even for hardcore standards. 7 million is pretty insane. So maybe it's fine to give up Bacterials, put a normal chest there, put a Heavenly Strength there. Equip the Tibalts. I don't think that resource cost reduction affects the Dirge terrain. Plus 20 element or 60 dot scale better. Under almost all circumstances, that'll probably be the dot. Okay, what did he change from last time? They have gods there now. Okay, let's see it. Do we do 114 again? Let's go one up. Do I share the hardcore version of this build? I don't have a planner for this or something yet. It's kind of similar to the Pulp build actually. I just have the Spike Helm and the Pain Gauge right now. Besides that, is almost the same. Ugh.
It's kind of crazy. I tried it even with Eldarin and a Channeling Shrine, and he still can't spam trample. There's still like a 3-second cooldown or something. It's wild. I think that's definitely a bit cooked. Also, I think that Pangos is better than God's Slayer. We are... Last time we were done around this time. Stuff definitely seems to die much slower. It's 1 tier higher, okay, but the difference is noticeable. Put a Pangos in a stash, unlucky. Both seals do not have the +1 chance of what to do. They just go for the set and wait for the 6 slot. The huge hold one player is still a thing as far as I know. I think they're gonna patch it for the rest of the season, so it's just what it is now. Best way to get gear at T1. Holy. Well, just gonna keep playing the game, do the war plans. Try to gamble for offensive slots for aspects. Rolls. Guys, it's only Druid just one aspect, okay. But you can get a defense, sorry, not defense, a utility mod on offense. So I got the retribution aspect on a weapon earlier. So there might be something there still at least. But utility is not that exciting. Shit. I missed a stone somewhere. Unlucky. I'm not checking utility. Okay, anyway, thanks, Alberta.
It is done.
Yeah, we got Twist. Did we find Primordial Dust? This is a really cute tribute. Yeah, that would probably work. But the Nightmare Dungeons are pretty good. If you just spam Nightmare Dungeons with material reserve, you can get hundreds of them in an hour. What can you do if you're still missing tempers and have stopped getting them? I think you can just forget about them because you're probably trying to get some that don't exist anymore. This one is int. So, yeah. Is that the only totem I have? Oof. Sure, I guess. Wait. I should have got to cut this thing. Oops. Should have been running with this for a while. Good chance. Oh.
Mainlander, what do you seek?
There's always a crit damage and stuff, but it's not actually a crit chance anywhere. Like so much synergies for like extra crit damage on this class, but I can't really get it the chance easily. Getting like 10, 20, I have 30 from the skill, 5 baseline. It's like 35, 45.
And then what? Like, this is kind of like forced to be a non-crit build, man, because you just can't really get crit. I can get like 30, I guess, for the starters. 45 is like 75. If you have a GA starters. What is something here? It's like maybe 85, so we're getting pretty close. Skulls and weapon are the same as the percent fizz on gear, yes. So it's crit one fizz, not crit multi, but it's otherwise kind of nice. Might be good enough for science. Yeah, with no Christians on these rings, that's the problem. It. We have way too much attack speed. Actually, it's gonna be fine. You're a bit overcapped.
Oh, okay, I'm tempted to just roll this.
This should be interesting.
No life, but fuck it. We just roll it 100 times on the neck. You can get some crit here. It's not that many mods. Often it's relatively easy to make. Keep forgetting the crit chance temper. Get 15% there. So that's really good. But I guess in a world of resource stacking, you can kind of get away without offhand life. At least I have it on a weapon, I guess. It's on a cooldown. It's on a crit. 78. We have this here. We have to finish this thing. I have pretty low toughness pool right now, but you're also missing the diamond in this. Do you have any hidden crit chance? No, right? Actually we do. We have 10% here, so we're at 88. So we're pretty close. I don't have a lot of crit multi. Here's some. Here's one. Only Nick and this. There should be crit multi here, but it's all. But yeah, it's double GA, so I can't really complain. Nice. I think it's gonna roll the fizz into life, and then the core into ranks, and we're done. Because I have perfect crit chance here, and I kind of really want the crits to be high. I don't want to roll this back and forth 1,000 times now. We have GA one there, we have one here. It's kind of okay, I think. Let's do it. In a realistic scenario, we would have to have some life rolls. Anyway. Can we get... There's 180 bill. Can get free to earth. Let's go free to earth, which is also... here. Kinda nice for... Actually, we can't master the crit chance here, we have to do the resolve. So the rest of the crits we have to get for Transfiguration, I guess. Which is sad, because on my Basilisk 12th build, I actually had crit chance on my boots. But I have the wrong mod for this there. Okay, we had 90% crit chance, so missing 10. I guess that is what it is. What do we put here? Basic skills, current damage, so it's expectant. He has 59 in the base shapeshift form. So whatever, so we can do this. 59 is fine. So we don't have to ramp this, it's only 4 seconds. Let's concede it. Not sure if you'll always have this, but I think conceded is relatively safe bet. It's maybe 2.5 damage action with ferocity. It's basically a full defensive aspect, kind of crazy. And you get ferocity for free. It's kind of a wild aspect actually. You need anger management. There it is actually. Okay.
Here's what remains. Bring me a challenge next time.
Okay, so this Shard of Raphael is way too good to risk. Send it. Nine quality. Okay, we got a half a crit. Prog. I guess we send this. Just get crit. Well, +1 star. Only 8 missing, guys. 8 more stars. We got this. It's on the armor. Need space. Okay, we have no pain gorges now. We have Might of the Earth on here because we have Starless there. Because else I just don't get anywhere close to 100 crit. I'm at 91 crit now. So one crit transfigure will be like 5 or 6% and we'll be pretty close. Also upgrade this here a little bit.
Step up to my anvil.
Crit, resolve. It'd be cool if there was like an offensive temper that was like, I don't know, 2.5 crit or so. Just so you can like min-max a little bit. Okay, let's try this. We have 740k toughness. I mean, last time I had like 1 million. So it's still okay to get started in a run. It's not great. Full ball reserve. Go for 12 GA. We have to compete with the Chinese. We have to, huh? Very important. Yeah, no pain gorges. Let's see how this will go. I guess you could still equip a pain gorger actually, so there's not really a reason not to have it.
Just only have a good one. So like a big crit. I think I used to have some crit pingos. I'm not sure if they deleted this or something. I can't believe I deleted them. I think pingos will definitely help a lot with the clear. Yeah, pingos will help a lot because I have to kind of clear all the small shit. I should check if I have a crit pingo. Just that's a crit chance and like one good multi would be kind of nice already. So where's my bulwark? Neo Q. I don't have a bulwark. It's also just not triggering. What the fuck's going on with this bulwark? Hello? What? Why is that bulwark just not working? What is happening? Neo Q, hello? Do it! What the fuck? What's this build? This is Earth Spike. Looks a bit different from the old Earth Spike, but it's kinda cool. Here's a bulwark. Now it works, actually. Like, there was something wrong. Somehow my Neo rune just didn't work in floor 1. And going to floor 2, it started working. What the hell? I definitely need a pain gorger here for the clear, I think. I mean, we could do... Oh no, this is Might of the Earth Sign, so we have to equip Might, maybe? We could do it. It's just a cooldown to give up. Otherwise I have the same ring, and we give up a 100% crit ring though. I should definitely be giving up the conceded aspect here. Super close to the Kata Lightning Storm human build. Yeah, but not really, right? What happened here? The golems just disappeared on you. I just went on like a little coffee break or something. Are you paying them enough? You're not able to roll Zealot skill rings when you Zealot stat jumps. You can. Oh, a huge crown stuff. With no life, I guess. Claw gains all variants. Has anyone tried claw gaming? With a 40% bonus on your two-handed weapon? What are these variants even doing? Attacks twice and poison. Storm skill and dancing bolts. And dashing. I don't think this is a charmable item. Shard is definitely not a charmable item, but we can check this one. As a charm, this would be really good. Probably can't make it a charm.
Taking back to it then.
Hmm.
Swinging away.
Care for a game of chess? Terrible.
The dash was nice, but Stormstrike is just better. Yeah, why didn't they just keep the good old Stormclaw build, man? I thought that was kinda cool. But somehow, they didn't think that. I like follow path.
Wise to seek an Ascari where stone
Should be comparable damage.
good luck.
Missing the cooldown. And missing at times 2, but I got Pain Gorgers now. So let's see how the clear feels at that.
Chart the course. Where do we strike?
Okay, so this, and then dung dung. Okay, we are doing 16. So, Rogers. Honestly, this does not seem like an improvement over the Basilisk build, man. Even long fights. This guy is dying very slowly. Stuck here. Why always the Asian guys get the most rare items? Very sus. But it's not a rare item, it's an exploited item. But point stands, I guess. Definitely blasting the boss way faster with this setup, I think.
I wouldn't even go about fixing a trophy item. Yeah, I don't know how the database is structured, but they can probably somehow, you know, filter by this, right? And then find people that have these items. I think the bigger problem is not that there's a guy that has 12 GA items. The bigger problem is that it's possible to make 12 GA items. So first they have to fix the leak, basically, and then they can do the cleanup. So make sure, first of all, that no more of these items will exist. You know, that is the important part here. And then we'll see. And, you know, the guy that did that actually just found it by accident as well. He was doing some kind of stuff, but yeah, with a completely different intent, basically. What did I want to do? Mythic Tribute, actually. So let's see how Mythic Tribute will go, because that's +4 item power, right? What's the power? I'm not sure if we need external software for this, whatever he did. But he was doing like some like input manipulation basically or something to cube items faster, yeah. Like basically, I read a post about it, and basically he was just trying to like chain upgrade like, you know, 1,000 items to get gem strength on his weapons. And somehow he ran into that bug that gave him like 12 stats and all GA. Damage definitely seems better with this Shard of Airfill setup. I need to try a Hell Tide also and see how it feels. It's all Gem Strength's fault, yes. Yeah, they will get rid of Gem Strength like 100%. I think that's not even a question. Like it just has no reason to exist the way that the gems work now, right? And also it affects different builds unequally in a really big way, right? 200 weapons get quadruple the benefit. Like, what is this? You know? Why? So, really stupid. Like, Gemstone just needs to go with the way it works and the way that stats work on gear and so on. breakable wall that can only be broken with gem strength. Yeah, and then you get it and you go up like 1.5 pit tiers. Let's go. Or maybe 2 if you're lucky. Sick. Also like 8,000 tons of transfiguration. We got 4 mythics. GA all Resteria, look at that. Dude. What? I wonder if I can jump over this. No, it does take damage. Very sus here. Hello? What's going on with this guy? Did I take my set turn off or something? What's going on? Where's my damage? I'm just cruising through 116 and now I can't kill Andariel. Like something is off here. Yeah, I don't like the Earth set really, I must say. It's an interesting design, but it also just gives you like generally miserable single target, I guess, right? Unless your build already has like really good built-in a single target. It's like another problem there. It's actually worst case scenario what I'm playing here. I have Pain Gorgers and Earthset, man. It doesn't get worse for a single target. I think I have too much attack speed. I can't actually start a step anymore. My character just doesn't move when I force move. And hold right click. Interesting. So I have to like move and let go and do individual clicks if I want to actually like sidestep something. That wasn't a problem before with less attack speed. But now it's a problem. Interesting. And now it works. What? Why did it not work in the start of the run? What is happening? Is there an artillery shrine? But I already have capped attack speed now. So weird. Even build the Chaos season, or season 10. But yeah, it was fun. I told them, guys, please. Core Ravens. And here we are. Ravens will be forgotten. Like even without the extra size tempers and stuff, I think it would be very nice and cool build. I know it kind of like self-balance without the extra size, I think. And I think the aspect where you like double cast your core, your companion skills is also gone. So yeah, Ravens will definitely be like in a spot where it wouldn't be like completely cracked, I think. Like in season 10. Oh my god. Season 10 was Chaos Season. Okay, now I have the same problem again, but I can't stutter step. Like, I'm not moving. It's like one tiny little step. What the hell? Why does it... what is going on? Why is it so different? Not sure where that's coming from. Charms are not actually class bound. Vectors. Shred, Kata build, with Kata having the Earth tag. Wait, how do you get Earth tag on Cataclysm? What is Shred doing? Well, in that build it sounds like nothing, just moving you, I guess. Just like here. Oh, interesting. I forgot about this part. Can you do bear Cataclysm? No, it can be an earth skill, but not a bear skill. That's interesting. So you can't do Might of the Earth Sign. It's still OP, apparently. Okay, there's something broken here with my Neo rune. Like, it just doesn't give me the fucking bulwark, man. Give me a bulwark. What is going on? Warning error. I don't think I'll have the full rider for the build I'm working on. Not 100% sure if I will release this.
down here.
I'm doing good, and you?
Kratos saved this one.
That's it for that piece. Now then, where would you begin? Let's reconsider.
Not 30, 5 minutes. On which build is that? Now if you had an 850 neck with this stats, it means you have less auras and not a GA temper. And some of the stats may not roll as high, like in particular willpower, I guess, or life or something. But the multipliers I think are all the same on 850 and 900. Well, the main thing actually is the aspect. The aspect is also limited to non-ancestral values. So you're gonna lose definitely like 5 to 10% just there, I guess. Depending on which aspect you have. Yeah, you can't have a GA on the neck with Vicious 850. Yeah, the main thing is the aspect though, most of the time. And I guess the same will probably go for the Coolian mod as well. Yeah, non-ancestral aspects are lower. Okay, let's see Astaroth. He's kind of a gear chat usually. But we're blasting him. Okay. Maybe not as much as I hoped. So honestly, it doesn't seem much better than the Basilisk version I was doing. It's a much bigger hassle to gear this. My senior guide, I say you can't push seal high, why not? I said that because you can't push seal high. It is not that strong. But not high means 135 or so in that case. So it's all relative, I'd say. Because with 135 push potential, you are hilariously annihilating the rest of the game. So I think you're gonna be okay. In fact, been there, done that. World boss soon. Sure. Good night, Night Wolf Reptile. I'm not crit capped, I'm at 90.5. So now we would have to get 1 Transfigure or 2 Transfigures. And then it would be kinda okay. I mean, you could give up Ja for Gar, and then you would be at 100, but I'm definitely not doing that. So... Oh, there's people here, look at that. I do have crossplay on. Yes. Very sus. So many people. Dude, there's 2 Ambercrox totems here. Oh my god. Okay, dude. Cooked. Nice, New Frontier. Yeah, it's been super fun so far. So many people here. What is going on? I want to test my Blood Maiden node. Somehow I have crossplay on and now there's always people in my hell tide. What the hell? It's like playing softcore here. So I said like 7 explosions going on. Nice blood lane fight. Dude, let me out. What are all these people? These demons. Ew, crossplay. Let's see how fast I can do like 110. Can we do like in 2? What's this place? So just doesn't seem to see here. Like that's such a lead and we're just kind of slowing down like hard here.
If the resolve thing was intentional about that? Nah, certainly not. In fact, like all of the effects that have to do with resolve stacking seem balanced around no temper, basically. So I think the temper making it into the game is unintentional. Like at all. It's not just the temper is buggy and gives you too much, but also I think the temper shouldn't even exist based on what we see. So no Nightwing of a Pulse, that's correct. We are hipster bears, yeah. Yeah, I think I just need to nuke the whole resolve temper, and then it's gonna be fine. This is Earth Spike, not Companion.
It is done.
Care for a game of chance? I thought mainlanders had a sense of adventure.
Did I just find this? Actually, we need the crux. It's time to send it. Was halt in die Mio. Das ist oof. Yeah, they need to get rid of the resolve temper, that's what I'm saying. If the resolve temper didn't exist, everything would be fine. You know, like the cleanse anvil would be fine, the Yuuzhan ring on the bar on the Druid would be fine, the fortress on the paladin would be fine. Everything would be fine. I think everything is balanced around just not having any resolve tempers. So they just need to nuke that and it's good. Basically, it's very simple actually. Why the boss tag gets removed, it's Nightbringer, it didn't drop off and it took it off. Interesting, is it not like every boss?
my god. Too many epics. Nah, the way that resolve stacking warps the entire game is completely awful. You know, in every way. Like, you know, it makes stuff like every bear build is now OP. Every fortress build is now OP. Everyone is just invincible. But God forbid there is one little monster at the start of your pit, he will one-shot you. Like, how does any of that make sense, you know? So, they just need to nuke the fucking resolve, that's it. And then give us real defenses and real alternatives. And that's it.
This should be interesting.
Oops. Forgot a few of these. Did I keep the jar rune? I think I kept the jar rune even, right? For both. Okay. Great time for a freeze. Ooh.
I will play every class. I mean, we are kind of close now anyway. Great. What the fuck? What is that? Okay, we try again. Yes, awesome. There is. Even on a warlock. I mean, I killed T12 and Fisto on a warlock that can't even resolve stack, you know, there's not even the aspect. So, it's quite doable. And warlock is probably like the weakest class in the game defensively, I would say. Like, as an overall class at least. Oh, send it. Can I do something better than Neo Q actually? Wait a second. Because I won't necessarily have it when he's like FK in his phases and stuff. I might just see a Q honestly. Oni or I think CQ is actually okay. So I can trigger it whenever I want. And I keep Bakcha. You have much less toughness than before, actually. Interesting. Nice stagger. Perfect. Oh, really? There's no local mods besides weapon damage, Salad.
So be it. You want the truth of what I am. Let all illusions burn from your eyes.
That's a funny stagger. Hey, can we just kill him here? Oh.
Effort spent. Wake up.
I just realized he doesn't actually say anything. That's just the text. What the hell? Okay. Any 12 GAs today? Nah, I got kinda unlucky. But tomorrow for sure. Loot, holy. Thanks, Olimak. Ah, well, it's a kind of nice build, but nothing crazy. That's nice, I guess. I just think, yeah, huge snow ever skill. Do you want to do any greasy ray shenanigans? It's a big offhand. You rank 7, you have a mythic wall plan. Yeah, that was also my necro, I think, right? Yeah, I got kinda lucky. I have one now. Oh, this one. Oh shit, yeah, you're right. A mythic amount of water size. Oh no. Oh. Great. Dude, it actually kind of blends in with the blue, man. I thought this was just like the magic reward here. I didn't even see this. time to cap. Oh no. I'm kind of curious how much it is. I'm gonna take it. Because I don't think they're gonna give us infinite auto side again next season, so might be good to see that. It's 100k and a spark. Uh-huh. Yo. What is that? What do I use it for? I guess I can put it on the warlock and just roll the evade for movement. Okay. I think amount of overs must be mad, cap at 2500. I don't know. Yeah, so this is okay, there's something up here. This is the second time I got a mythic war plan, and it was both on rank 7. It's very sus, guys. No Licto. The Korans per character. The idea of rank 8 was just an assumption. Yeah, but what I mean is I have a character that grinded all the way to 10. I have another character that grinded to 9. I had another character that grinded to 9. And I never saw war plans. And then I made a character, got to 7 and got 1. And now I made another character, got to 7 and got 1. I mean, it could be that I rolled over a few of them at the start of the season when I didn't know they existed. But I don't know. Like, it doesn't really stand out, you know, right? I thought this was just a blue reward here. So I might have just, like, not seen it. I think I need to give it some glow or some shit, you know, something fancy. Yeah, I just gave some feedback on this. Like, this needs to stand out more. Like, this is just not enough, man, the fucking mythic color. This needs to be, like, in your face, like, you know, animation. It needs to, like, flash. I don't know, right? Oof, mythic reward. Like, go here, kind of deal, right? Like, especially if I reroll, ding, 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 like, I don't see this, right? There's no way. What's so special about it? Yeah, these are like giga rewards, and they're like extremely rare. They're like a, you know, 1 in 500 war plans or whatever. So this is like the shittiest one you can get, but, you know, there are good ones. So, let's see it, I guess. Yeah, let's do it. I need to do 2 pits, 2 bosses, and Helltire, so it should be fast. But I need to get up though. I need to get a drink and stuff, so BRB. BRB a few minutes. Okay, we're going to try this mythic reward, right? We have a mythic warpline right now. Let's check it out, guys. I have no use for Andariel, so we can safely salvage it. If I mess around a 4-piece threefold and 2-piece wild lightning set bonus on ball lightning. I've not played the Sork yet at all. I also don't have a diamond mine seal. Okay, we get reward secured, guys. So you finish this whole plan. Should probably start having some other grip. One other build. I want to get more attack speed on pen shot. Poison variant. You can put attack speed on a weapon if you want. Or I don't know, it's a roll on some pieces. Love swings. I think I might have also been running reversal for ferocity, or at least get some source of ferocity. I think you can get it from concealment and from dash actually. Maybe you don't need the aspect. Okay, which other glyph would we care about here? This is lightning bolts and dancing bolts, fulminate, lightning. This is non-physical. So this is definitely a good one for... Well, I want to do the tornado and lacerate above physical builds, I guess. Damage reduction while in werewolf form. Okay, what do you have? This is not a magic skill. So we can do this. This is kind of like a given, right? On any build, I guess. Physical is fine, spirit is fine. Headhunter, worst case, exploit. Oh. Wait. Ah, we have this here, right? Okay. Close enemies. Okay, so we don't really have a lot of things. So if I want to do like some lightning builds, I can do Keeper. Let's level that one, I guess. Always have Fang and Claw. Hey, Cinnabite. How can I find auras to boots? It's kind of hard to roll. Need to use defensive prism. It's not a res. It's a defensive prism. I also recommend put it like on your filter as a recolored mod when you find it, like on a random item. It's nice. No, you can do that. You cannot do the comparison through the stat sheet. You have to sum it up yourself. Because like these character details here, they're like completely messed up. Like nothing is actually a real number there. Doing fine, Cenobite. How about you, man? Nice. XH. Thank you, man. Where's our man? No, he's chilling here actually under my desk.
It is locked.
Oops. Glad you enjoy it, ladies. What the? Instantly goes to the face. Okay, guys. Are you ready for the mythic reward? Oh, first we have Belial. Okay then. So we had... Oh, it doesn't tell us. Doesn't show here. Okay, Mythic, Optosite. XP, nothing. Charms, nothing. So it should be, like everything we get materials-wise should be just this. That's it. 100,000 Optosite. 100 Neath Iron. And a Spark. There we go. Interesting. 100k is a kind of interesting number. The problem is like Optosite is like so useless right now. I got a Spark, I guess. And 100 Neath Iron. Wow.
Pity to break another spark. I'll be here, singing away.
Okay, anyway. Why is it so hard to balance or use drop rate per season? Yeah, I guess before the expansion they just didn't really care, and after the expansion everything changed way too much to really have a good idea in some cases, I guess. So I can understand, but yeah, I should definitely figure out a better solution too, where it's like not just infinite, right? So that'd be cool. At least give me like a reason to go somewhere to get off the side, you know, if I want to. there's like several materials right now that just have like no purpose. Like there's infinite, right? Opticite, scrolls, Neve iron, like even prisons. I have not like outside of like the first half day or something. I just never worried about these either. Right? There's like so many things where they can give you rewards that you would actually feel happy about. But I just don't care about this stuff because I just have way too much. Okay. So wait a second, what? Oh. The teleport does not count with Bigger Step, that's crazy. But it can reset the cooldown while in Grizzly. So I guess if you want to play Tornado, we have to do Grizzly Rage Tornado. There's probably not really a way around that. Slows enemies by 70%. That seems relatively useful actually, to get more hits. Maybe better than a 20 cast speed. Stone Burst is whack. I played some Stone Burst in Season 10 actually. That's kinda cool then, with the Chaos powers. You could like auto cast it while shredding around, that was kinda cool. It's so strong. Okay. That's good for a challenge skill, it should be strong. So if you have Perma Berserk here, then I guess we can change our mod on the neck. It's 145 on cast. The other thing is the Unstoppable there. Keep the jump, I guess. Cause why not? I totally forgot about the execute, by the way. But executing with the Earth set is actually not really happening anyway.
The red moon set is the best set ever, but so much fun, but wolf damage is weak ass. I mean, do we have to be a wolf? While in werewolf form, so I guess we have to be like a dire werewolf, right? Oops. You need to make your tornado a wolf skill. Oh, actually, it is a wolf skill just by itself, right? You don't actually need grizzly rage for that, I just realized. Okay. But I guess realistically, we have to go use iron, right? It's like so much damage. Some lacerate or rabies. Mm-hmm. Easy clap. I don't have a build to push pit 150 on Druid. In fact, no one has. Wait, why does it... Wait, how long does it last? 10 seconds. Killing enemies extends the duration. I mean, he thinks you want to do the wolf set anyway, right? Because the storm set is just shit, right? Actually, maybe it's not that shit, but the two piece has to carry it, and the 5 piece is just awful, right? 5% chance to triple cast, gain a 100% damage, gain a 300% damage bonus. So how much damage is that? 20% chance to double cast with a 100% bonus. So this is a 40% upgrade. A 5% chance to triple cast with a 300 bonus. So this is 5 times 4 is 20 times 3 60. So one is a 40% upgrade, the other one is a 60% upgrade. Like the 5 piece bonus is worth like double damage, roughly. What the fuck? The 2 piece is like the only saving grace here, right? Casting a stone skill consumes all available spirit. So you go like Stardust, Perdition, Giga Lucky Hit, Triple Lucky Hit, Resource Temper. Well, in a world without resource stacking, I guess, yeah, we're gonna do double. Maybe with a Mythic Seal. Yeah, I mean, the 2 piece bonus would obviously be insane for any build that can run it to get as a bonus. But yeah, the 5 piece is extremely weak. The 2 piece is extremely strong.
And the free cycler armor is also kind of nice. There's actually a lot of DR on this thing. Free cycler armor and 30 DR. And cycler armor triggers all the time. Kind of nice. The free piece. Plus 0.5% per spirit consumed for 2 seconds, up to 40. So basically I need 80 spirit every cast. And I cast, let's say, 2 times per second. So I need 160 spirit per second. And I get an 80% buff. I'm gonna assume they stack additively, right? So it's an 80% buff, 160%. Oh man. The set is actually not that strong. The 2-second timer is kind of rough. So even if I have the resources, I get maybe 200% from the 2-piece. Which is pretty good for a 2-piece. But the 5-piece is like almost nothing. Unless the double and the triple casts actually also count for stacking the 2-piece. I think then this could be interesting. Do they? They do. Yeah, okay, so then this makes a lot more sense suddenly. Because basically I will get on average 30% extra the casts. Which means that my 2-piece bonus goes from, let's say, 2 casts per second to 2.6 casts per second. So it goes from 4 to like 5 stacks. It's actually not that much then. Goes from 4 to like a little bit more than 5 stacks. So it does ramp up the 2-piece a little bit more. But not really by such a noticeable amount. So it still seems relatively weak to me. But I mean the Druid sets are generally kind of weak, I guess. So maybe it checks out. And the extra cast also means more lucky hits for resources. Okay, let's just put this here for now. So where do I see how much of the buff I have? It just doesn't show you anywhere. Okay, what about Lucian? Can we do free Lucian here? Okay, so Lucian does not work. But Stardust works. My guy. It does take kind of long to ramp. It's like at least 3-4 seconds downtime. God, imagine doing Mephisto like this, man. What the fuck? You get stuck in the ground sometimes. Ah, great. Like how much is sometimes? Dude, I'm getting no procs of this. Holy. Need like 100 hits to get 1 proc. So we went from 17 to 13 costs. I wonder if that extra armor bonus now... It says now 35% armor, so I wonder if it actually gives me its cost now. Okay, so that actually works. Under 25% damage. It's a lot of damage actually. It's pretty good, this whole thing. And we can do this if you really want. Or I just say screw it, we have Might of the Earth sign. Yeah, this Might Before the Storm does not work at all. From Before the Storm. I'm not getting any procs on this. Look at this. Look at my Inquisitor. There's 1 proc. This is 5 targets, by the way. What if I turn on the Lightning Stone? It's insane. So yeah, there's like no way around Flicker Step, I guess. No, using doesn't work with the wolf unique. You have to be in bear form. And you can cast storm skills in bear form now with Grizzly Rage. So like this you can benefit from the ring. Normally you would not run this ring, you would run this offhand, you would get the spirit cost reduction, you would do werewolf shenanigans, you would probably even run the werewolf set, and everything's fine. But right now nothing is fine. So we do this instead. Okay. Is this Spirit Wound bugged or Grizzly? No, it's just a Resolve Tempers. I mean this here? I think this works as intended. I just don't get enough hits. It's very low chance. 10% chance, and Tornado has like a 12% like a hit here right now with Perdition and Starless. Without that it's like 8 or whatever. 9. So it's like nothing. Need like 100 hits to get one proc of this. And even on 5 targets, okay, I get like, you know, 1-2 hits on these 3 guys. So I have to cast like 10 times to maybe see like 1 proc on 5 guys. And on single target, oof dude. So they can barely reset it with Flicker Step. Oh my god. Boah. We'll probably do this here actually. We need like a hit. Crit damage. We keep that. We can have the maximum spirit. Not really, I guess. That's 5 spirit per second, so maybe. This one is kinda nice. Yo, Clapho Trabo, thank you for the sub. So change this to storm skills. We can keep this. We can keep that. We do this, we do this, we do this, we do this, we do this. This is a very good roll. Woln and lightning. This one has armor. Res. Vulnerable, immobilize or slowed enemy. We have the berserking here, so I have to change this mod. to the storm vulnerable thing. Because we have flicker. There's also resource generation. That should be pretty good. Probably the Berserker mod on the amulet. Yeah, I didn't fully finish this yet. So we have 100% crit chance. How do you have so much crit? That's a lot here and here. And we have a lot of attack speed anyway, right? We have a good amount of attack speed. I kind of want to put crit chance on my weapons. I could also move the masterwork over. Here and here. And I need another ring. This one has lucky hit. We actually care about the lucky hit part. But this one has what we need already. Holy support paladin action. Let's go. I wonder if it's better to go for like 8 restore than the vuln. Let's go keep it. Good enough for science for now. Yeah, our druid mains were like, yeah, this is kind of bad. We're just gonna run with it anyway. Oh, I need to check something. Okay, so the consumption is only on activation. This means I'm gonna get free lucky hit procs all the time without spending anything. So this is gonna be very valuable actually. Actually, if I put a normal weapon instead of flesh render in my hand, I'd scale basically all of the same aspects and stuff and same synergies. Although one is physical, the other one is non-physical. That's the problem. So there's vuln, crit damage, willpower. Without the crit chance. We had 91. We can remove this here. Maybe this here. And then temper.
19 damage ferocity and damage reduction ferocity. Kinda good. But we need vulnerable. Also, it's very fun, hard to maintain your spirit. I mean, you only have to cast 5 times every, I don't know what. How long has it been? 5 times every 10 seconds or something? So they last quite a long time. Oof. Nice, come sta? Dude, 50 rolls. That's insane. I got like the Berserking mod 6 times now. Oh my god. There it is. Okay. They have the same crit number. Bone crit. They have a great little crit multi actually. Only the neck. Kinda poor crit here and then a little bit here. Shit. I swear she already had a crit here. So I have to put it back actually somewhere. Oops. Okay, 98.7.
From creation, destruction. Good luck, mainlanders.
Dude, why is this so terrible? What the fuck is this? Galvanic aspect. What? That is so bad. Okay, I have like no fucking aspects, what is what the hell? I have to like Edge Masters? I can't do Edge Masters actually. I can't do this. So I have to concede it. Dude, where did all these like Druid aspects go, man? Retaliation. I guess I have Crushing now. But I don't know. There were like so many insane Druid aspects. They're all deleted. It's crazy. What do I do?
Welcome to my home away from home.
Boah. I actually have to equip something. Like on my neck. I need to equip like a Blood Mad Idol or some shit. With Crushing. Like, I don't know. There's nothing aspect. I have like nothing to put here. You know what I can put here? I think that's legit the best option I have. Let's see. Is it enough?
It's pretty close. As long as you don't press other buttons. Huh. And we have one cooldown roll here. Any other cooldown I can put? So first of all, we can do this. I kind of want to keep this. Maybe he's gonna have to say fuck it, let me do this. Like, this is legit the best option I have, I think. Because there's no fucking aspect I can put. And the only other thing would be like a Blood Mad Idol, then maybe. But then this I can also just not play Flicker Step. And we can press other buttons. And I can get a boot mod on there. And we get some jumps as well. Maybe this is actually legit. I mean, I'm not pressing any buttons anyway, it's just a jump basically. You're not pressing the building raw really. What about ferocity? Let's say fuck this. We get ferocity now. More attack speed, more cooldown. If I had like one more cooldown roll, I think it would be fine. Crit chance, Wolf Fizz. Like, I would like to give out the willpower here, ideally. On the neck. Then I have to make a new neck. Fuck. Crit one, all skins. Oof. It can't be tempo cooldown because you need the lucky hit restore and the resolve. Crit, all. So I can take this, remove the life. How's my toughness doing? Ah shit, this thing's unmodifiable by the way. Oops. Rip a lot of crit there. 9% crit actually. It's time for the other neck again. We just rolled this like 1,000 times. Unlucky. But maybe we keep the mortar we had. Okay, with 0.3% crit overcapped. Does he roll the earth to stone? This is gonna be easy.
Upgrades an aspect in the codex. What? What are you talking about? I just... What the hell? The cooldown rune. Yeah, but this is kind of the opposite of what helps us here, right? We need base cooldown reduction because we're using Orange Herald. Like the cooldown rune does the same thing that Orange Herald does, but way worse. So it doesn't really help us at all. We'd have to reduce the base cooldown so the Orange Herald is more effective. That's what you have to do. How much do we have like fully stacked here? We're actually stacking the resolve somewhat slowly as well. Something to be aware of. I can't really go too squish. Because it takes a while. To ramp. Oh, Onida, earlier. Thanks for the sub, by the way. I just saw. Okay, I don't really want to move the live. Could move the fizz, maybe. F9. F30. I mean, this is lightning damage, I just realized. Oof. Okay. Didn't I have this? Dirge? I thought I had a charm for that. But apparently not. His resource. Okay, look at this here. Cooldown. Resource. All. So this might actually be better anyway. Because first of all, we don't give up the lightning for nothing. We have a good bunch of Vuln. We do not actually. Just here. Oof. Not having Vuln on the ring is kind of painful, man. It's 5 crit. So like live, cooldown, crit Vuln. That's all you want here, I guess. That should make it a lot easier. Oh shit. This is not a defensive mod. Oh. Okay.
Mainlander, what do you see?
So one crit chance on Vuln, or crit chance and crit damage.
Getting this terrible 6.5 crit there. Okay. That's right, bye. What are you pushing? I should just try the 50-50 on the cooldown, man. But it's my only cooldown glove. Was the 50-50 with the 45? Congrats. God damn it. I think I didn't put a prism. Okay, saved. Oh my god, what am I doing? Yeah, I'm just gonna try the 50-50, I don't care, man. This is insane. Okay, GG. Ugh. Knock this. Alright. Do we send it for the crit? It's kind of unlikely. It's like a 1 in 10 to even roll crit or so. And then maybe like a 1 in 3 to get like a decent value. So it's like 1 in 30. Ugh. Well, send it. Okay, we can remove that. What about tornado ranks? You can get 4 ranks, right? Now that I think about it. 4 ranks wouldn't be that bad. 9.5% compared to like 60 crit damage. Let's see. Don't have that much crit damage actually. It's 28% for a crit roll. Crit rolls are pretty good. Fuck. And there goes the one. That's painful. You keep 44 crit. Oh. Okay. It's lucky. I didn't want to live anyway, right? Okay. I'm not gonna transfigure these for now. It's fine. These are kind of insane glove. And I can use them in any class as well, so they're really nice. Can put them on a barb later or something. Movement. So what do we imprint now? We already have the storm mod. Actually we don't, because we have changed the aspect again. So maybe just do this? The increased damage, but we lose. Actually, we're never gonna be above 50 primary resource, we can't do this actually. Okay, so I have to roll this neck now. So I just wasted a lot of cooldowns on the other one. Like 60, oof. Okay, what do we want? We want the storm thing. And we have dominance, so we can ramp the resolve faster. It wouldn't hurt to have this, to be honest. Just walk in, I press 2 tornadoes, and boom. We have full resolve. Because otherwise the ramp's kind of slow, I guess. The other thing is retribution. Use on horror for overpower, but I don't really care about overpower. Damage reduction while you have ferocity. The thing is, do we want to be distant? I guess not, right? We kind of want to be close. So the tornadoes immediately start hitting, and then they turn around, and so on. I don't think we want to be distant. No, we rolled here right away. Okay. And they've transfigured, of course. We're gonna save these for the Warlock. Too much speed, right? We need 75 on the boots. This is 86.
This should be interesting. Maybe you'll find your way back.
Oh shit, healing received as a utility. Whoops. Wait. Oh. Some items can be transfigured twice when you get lucky. It's like a 5% chance to stay modifiable. Let's try and go for all res. Also want to see how much of a difference it makes. Plus 21.7.
I appreciate that.
Be 4.5. It's almost 3% more before masterwork. Nice. Yikes. Getting terrible willpower as well. Okay, just take that. The second one added 2 quality on a transfigure. Nice. Very cool. Let's try this. This gives me like really fast resolve stacking, so we just like start our runs faster. I think this will be useful, because we don't really have like very good resolve generation on Storm build. Just a bit of debilitating roar, but it's very slow. Then the Earthen Bulwarks. So it will take me like half a minute to even ramp my resolve otherwise. Like this, I just walk in, first pack, boom, we're chilling. So that should be fine.
Wise to seek an Ascari where stones are concerned.
We still running the bulls. We are running the bulls. Okay. It becomes barely longer. Okay. Let's do this. I think the lightning storm might actually do a little bit of damage, yeah. You don't actually press this debilitating roar anyway. Okay, so this is fine, unless it's still bugged. I remember at some point in the past it was only working for werebear skills, irrelevant which form you were in. And then at some point it was working correctly, and now I have no idea what it does. But I guess now it's just gonna assume that Survival Instinct is actually functional. This needs to go. This is fine. And this is fine. Do not do Echoing Hatred. Okay, thanks for the tip. You know, you're not forced to kill enemies. You can be a pacifist. But 07, I guess. Okay, we don't actually have a tornado guide. But they have a lightning storm guide, so I guess I can take that Paragon board. Let's see. There's Thunderstruck. Lust for Carnage, so he's doing that. Heightened Malice. Constricting. Okay, so I can't actually take this board. This doesn't work. How about this? He also has... actually, I guess it works, right? It does have the werewolf tag, but I can use the Inquisitive Rage, so I can use Thunderstruck board. So I guess that works.
My shield is
To the base region, yeah. 10. Wow. But casting it and transforming into bear afterwards works. Okay, we need overpower somehow though if I want to do this. I don't think I do have overpower right now. I mean, yeah, over there. There's no overpower here. So if we ignore this resolve stacking issue, teeny tiny issue, we could do use on horror. Or we just don't go for this board. Which means it's back to poisoning enemies again. So do Thunderstruck. Oh shit, that's 5% crit chance, what? That's Lust for Carnage. Tendrils. Guidance. You never get around the poison, man. You just can't. There's always consecutive tendrils. Okay. Yo, Tombstone, are you actually generating resolve stacks on your rogue? That's kind of important.
doing. Maybe I don't want ancestor guidance. It's only 40%. This is 35 plus up to 20. Maybe it's fine actually. Okay, let's try this. You can get resolve stacks from Thunder God Ring. Hey, but Thunder God Ring is only for lightning damage. Doesn't help us at all. Would I want a 6 board? No, absolutely not. It's such a struggle to even find, you know, 4 legendary nodes that worked for a build. I really don't want more. I wouldn't mind like an actual Paragon rework though. But just adding a 6 board is not it. It's gonna go to willpower here. Yo, Panda Raid. Welcome, guys. How's it going? We just finished setting up our tornado here. Hope you had a wonderful stream. What are you guys up to? Should you transfigure all items? Yes. But I mean, sometimes you want to save an item to, you know, change the imprint later because you don't have the right value yet, or maybe you want to change it for another build. That's on, right? So sometimes I have these boots and I'm like, okay, like, you know, all the transfiguration outcomes are kind of whatever. I can get some willpower, sure. Right? But then I have to make new boots if I want to swap. So you're so confused with a focused and chaotic reroll system, it makes no sense. Okay, so it's very simple. First of all, you choose which stat will be rerolled with the prism. In both cases, okay? So I put an aggressive prism. Either of those two recipes will target an offensive mod on the item. But then the outcome is determined by which recipe you choose. Chaotic means it's full random, it can be anything, and focus means it will stay in the same category. So an attack speed roll will become a crit roll, and a crit roll will become a physical damage roll, and so on. If you do chaotic, your attack speed can become life regen, or it can become a cooldown, or whatever, right? So that's it, basically. So anyways, I started blasting. We were cooking and now we're blasting, guys. We have this, we have that, we have this, we have this. We have very low toughness, holy shit. We have relatively fast ramping. We have a relatively shitty dirge. We have a lot of lucky hit resource. We have this. Okay. 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 Playing a Grizzly Rage build without Calm Before the Storm is kind of funny, I must say. Okay, we have still too much crit. Wait a second. Why do I have so much crit? We need 95 actually, right? So yeah, we can remove the masterwork, yeah. Cooldown. Okay. We still have a bit too much crit, but fine. So if GA masterwork cooldown here and here, that's kinda good. This brings us to 40%. Where's the rest coming from? I don't know, but I'll take it. Okay. So we can do... So Nightmare, Kuras, Harbinger, Pit, Helltide. Okay, so this is like the combo here. And we can do something here. Double Harbingers, I guess. I'm running a Storm set. Might of the Ursa Unique Charm. The other ring is the Avida Storm ring. Gotcha! It's nothing. It's fine.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Yeah, Butcher got exploded, man. That was pretty good.
Not all be winners, can they?
And no weird Earth set shenanigans, man. I really don't like playing with that Earth set too much, to be honest.
I'll begin swinging away.
Ostano feels actually kind of nice. Let's see how the bosses will go. But the Butcher was pretty promising already, I'd say. Okay, this is without Gracie Rage. So I obviously do a lot of this damage then. They're kind of still killing stuff. What do we have here? We have Igni Jar. Can I do this better? Maybe Neo Jar might be better. Like our tenders are flying everywhere, so we should maybe do Neo Jar. The user ring. You can use Tornado in Bear with the Grizzly range upgrade. It's not a ring. This has nothing to do with casting anything in Bear form or something. Okay, let's just do this, I guess. Maybe Scroll of Restoration, Forgotten Souls problem. Scroll of Restoration, really? That's kind of surprising, I must say. I have like way too many of them. It's really mobile, actually, with the orange herald on the neck. Not sure why I'm getting so many resets. I thought I only get orange herald on core skill cast. That doesn't seem true. Somehow I keep getting resets. Wait, is it Lightning Storm just proccing Orange Herald? I think so. I think it's the Lightning Storm just triggering or something. What the fuck? Or something else. Cast core skill damage. Oh, maybe it is actually. I think it might be the Lightning Storm just like triggering. That's wild. Yeah, obviously we're building into the might of the user in Char right now, so that is carrying us. And you know, anything on Druid will be weaker without, for sure. Yeah, dude, the Lightning Storm? Oh my god, wait. I can actually reset my stuff even faster if I go Hurricane. Like, maybe I don't need the Devastating Roar. On softcore I can definitely get away without it, I think. You're getting double cooldown resets, yeah. Yeah, Kata's not a core skill at all. It needs to be core skill for Orange Herald to work. Okay, I'm just gonna send 110, let's say. I mean, if you didn't go for Yosa, you would get an extra unique charm. You would get the 200% damage on the Grizzly, right? And you would get the better offhand there as well. I don't think you would even lose all that much damage playing Tornado as like a dire werewolf with the offhand. And having another unique charm. I don't think it would be that bad, honestly, when they remove the resolve stuff. Maybe half or so. Maybe a bit more than half. It would probably be okay. Levels definitely lose a lot more. Because you can go for the 200% stacking Grizzly Rage then, which you can't do right now. And a way better aspect. The offhand. There's a small chance that when you turn Sigurd, the item can still be modified afterwards. So you first turn Sigurd and hope for that, and then you do the rest, and you save all the materials basically. All you need to do is many items. So TLDR, forget it. But it's a strat if you really want to grind it out. The ability to reduce ultimate skills. Kata works on its own cooldown. Not sure what you mean. Epoch? Do we have that? Ah. Actually, we can do some Lacerate, right? We're gonna Giga spam everything with Lacerate. Jump around, Lacerate, go again. Sounds kinda nuts. Okay, what about the other tornadoes? Maybe this is not the best. We could try the mini tornadoes. Have half the duration. Glyphs leveled up? I have like 115 glyphs or something. It's alright.